Hey, this is Lou Mangello from WDW Radio, and you're listening to the Fiveish Fangirls podcast. Let's do this.
The Dungeon Squeak continue all the way to episode 513. The Fiveish Fangirls podcast, and a fair warning to all the listeners: do not listen to this episode hungry. Just saying. If Disney is involved, there's gonna be talk about food. You've been warned. Welcome everyone to this week's episode of the Fiveish Fangirls podcast. So glad you could join us. Let's start off like a New York with a virtual table and see who's joined us this week.
This is Holly from Wisconsin.
And this is Rachel back in Indianapolis, Indiana. Hello.
Hello. So I thought Brittany was on, and unless we lost her.
No, she said that she was out running errands and
So
was not sure when she's going to be back.
My fault there. I thought she had popped up in Skype
Nope.
for a minute when we were chatting pre-show. So my apologies
Nope.
there for.
Nope.
for
You
being a little-
duplicated there for a second, though.
Yeah. Well, tech issues that we're not going to go into.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yep. So,
If you're in the educational field, if you know, you know.
yeah.
Put it that way.
Yep. So, oh my. Well, hopefully everybody is doing okay, all things considering, and we'll keep doing what we're doing. No, it's not like Halloween is next week or anything. So anyway, before I talk about my vacation, we need to do Zen news, and unfortunately, it's not been a very good time for celebrities. Unfortunately, well, I think this came in more than 3. But we're just gonna cover these 3 because otherwise I think we'd be here for a while. No offense to the other people who have passed and their families. I'm very sorry. I just, we have the people we know and the people we don't, and unfortunately, sometimes it's people we don't know. But, may they rest in peace. But these people we do know. So we want to mention, in no particular order other than the way that I copied and pasted into the show notes, is Ace Frehley, the original guitarist of Kiss, has died at the age of 74 after apparently suffering a fall in his home. So that's pretty sad, actually. So of course Kiss is it's there's something.
Yeah, they're one of like
they're one of a kind.
They're one of a kind. They're kind of like the granddaddies of heavy metal, along with some other precursor bands from the 60s and that inspired
but they're like
everybody.
But they're like I forget what the word that I'm trying to come up with. It's not like performative, but it's like, because like they're genuinely like really good musicians and pretty talented singers, but having like the crazy outfits and the hair and the makeup and the stuff,
it wasn't glam rock before it became glam rock, but there's that performance aspect, the spectacle.
Yeah. There was just something that was like they wanted to make sure they stood out, and they definitely they managed to do that. And it just after a while it just like it was a thing. And I remember, what was it like in like because they really hit it big in like the 70s.
Yes.
And they've always just kind of have done their own thing, although for a while they did attempt disco.
And then there
Didn't
was
necessarily work that
one-
well, but they tried it,
No.
but they persevered. But what was
And
it like?
then-
Like the late 80s, I think, early
late
90s
or-
when they appeared on
they-
MTV Sans makeup.
Yes, and they tried doing a couple album runs without the face paint and that.
The persona.
Persona did all right, but not as well as they did in the full regalia.
Yeah. Yeah. So it's like that's but yeah, I mean it's a thing. Yeah. It is it was they were a big um uh a big thing. I know that um it's years since the band has come together, broken up, come back together, broken up. I think they quote unquote officially retired in the last couple of years.
Mm-hmm.
As far as the group Kiss is concerned, obviously Gene Simmons has made a big name for himself being kind of the Lars Ulrich before Lars with Metallica, as much as people complain about Lars being the businessman and seemingly selling out Metallica as far as like licensing and stuff. No, Gene did it first.
Yeah.
Gene has licensed and used Kiss on everything.
Yes.
The man has not held back when
No.
with licensing
Queen's-
agreements. So
Queen's a little different. They've opened up their licensing a little bit more, but I think they're still a little choosy about who they let use what songs and when.
Yeah. Yeah. Like when you walk into a store, like just pick a store, go to Target or Walmart or Meijer or something. And I can almost guarantee that in like the generic t-shirts, you will find a Kiss branded one of some sort.
Yeah.
So well, but yeah, they're just they're kind of everywhere. So that it's like the band as a whole is not going anywhere, even now that they've kind of retired and they have lost one of their original founding members. It's too bad that he had to go that way, unfortunately.
Yes.
So but yeah, and he was I guess if he had not passed, we would have seen him along with the rest of his former bandmates at the Kennedy Center for their getting their Kennedy Center honor this December, but that will not be the case, unfortunately. So, but I'm sure that when that ceremony comes around, it'll be somewhat bittersweet for
Yes.
those that are their fans, because the Kiss Army is very strong.
Oh yes.
As far as fandom is concerned. So
oh yes.
Another passing, you may not know his name, but you knew his work.
Oh yes. Yes.
Drew Struzan. Legendary film poster artist. Like think of all of the iconic Star Wars posters.
Yep.
Back to the Future, Indiana Jones. If you've ever looked at those and go, the artwork on those seems very similar across the board. That's because they were all done by the same guy. He had a very distinctive art style, and it lent very well. Words. Can you tell I've been on vacation?
Tenses, I get it.
Yes, it lent to a lot of these movies, these sci-fi fantasy, kind of otherworldly type films. His style just worked so well, and that's what is. I mean, the movies themselves are iconic, but sometimes some movies you just think of the movie And then there are other movies where it's like all the fringe stuff that goes with it, like the trailer, like the first time you ever saw a trailer for this movie, first time you ever saw the movie poster. And yeah, I actually, there's a documentary about him. Golly, it's probably 10 years ago, I think, at least. That I think I saw on Netflix, I think.
Okay.
So,
Well, if you can track down the title, let's pop it in the show notes because I'd be interested in checking that out.
yeah, because I know I watched it. That's how it's like. That's how I know who he is. Uh, so, um, yeah, 2013. Drew, the man behind the poster.
Okay.
Which you can see looks like available on Amazon Prime.
Nice.
You can rent it. Also looks like maybe you can get it through Fandango as well, but I'm pretty sure originally it was on Netflix because that would have been like the only streaming platform I would have had at the time. So but yeah, I was just say scour the internet. Maybe you'll find it somewhere because it does not look like it's on Netflix anymore. Yeah, no, you can rent it on Amazon. And looks like you can watch it for free with ads on Fandango, or you can watch it for free without ads if you have a library account on you can use Canopy with your library card. So
depending on your library systems.
Yep. So, but yeah, his even if it's a print, if you've got any of those movie posters, you can look at that piece of art and go, that was a very, very talented individual.
Yes.
And unfortunately, he passed due to complications from Alzheimer's, which, I will say, I've said it before and I will continue to say it. Alzheimer's, dementia, all those types of diseases really suck and can take a long walk off a short pier and disappear from our lives forever.
Exactly. Oh, totally agree. Yep, totally agree. I've had family members who have been touched by it, and big time. The same with cancer. It's just those two things can go bye-bye for good.
Yep. So oh wait, and last but certainly not least, Diane Keaton.
Yeah, this was a shocker.
This was a surprise. Has passed away at the age of 79. And her family has not said anything as far as cause of death. They probably won't. It sounds like they want to keep things very private. Which, as her family, that's totally I'm not gonna fault them for that.
Nope.
But yeah, she's a mainstay in Hollywood since very early on. She was obviously her big break was playing Michael Corleone's girlfriend and wife and mother to his children in The Godfather, starring alongside Al Pacino. And of course she would go on to be in both The Godfather Part 2 and 3, all of which have been covered on Gold Standard in some form or fashion, even though I really did not want to do The Godfather 3. I really did not want to do any of The Godfathers. Those are hours of my life I am never gonna get back.
Yeah.
Oh,
You
But
had an appointment and it was an offer you couldn't
yeah, it was an offer I
refuse.
couldn't refuse. Yeah, I
Sorry, I
knew it. I
couldn't.
knew at least the first one was one of those ones that I would have to watch eventually,
Right, yeah.
just because it's one that seems like everybody else has watched and everybody talks about. And then everybody talks about how amazing the second one is, and then we don't talk about the third one. I knew the third one was going to be like crap because nobody, like
Mhm.
everybody's like, oh, we don't talk about the third one.
Yeah, yeah. It's just
We
like
don't talk
that was
about
kind of
Bruno. We don't talk about The
we're talking about
Godfather Part Three.
part three. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's some sequels we do not talk about, and that be one of them. It doesn't even matter if it's the other cut.
Yeah.
There's another cut of Godfather 3, and yes, don't you?
Yeah. Yeah. So, and
I
of
remember
course,
her Baby Boom.
mm-hmm,
And the Annie Hall with
and Annie Hall, which again, we have talked about a gold standard because it did win Best Picture, despite that little space
director.
movie with the
Mhm.
movie poster done by Drew Struzan that came out that same year.
Yeah.
It should have come out instead. Should have won
Yeah.
instead, in my humble opinion.
Yeah.
That's even before what we knew about Woody Allen.
Yeah. Yeah. The less said about said director, yeah, the better.
Yeah, God, yes. But her performance and her wardrobe in Annie Hall
Oh,
was
yeah.
a cultural pinpoint. You know, her very kind of almost androgynous, you know, very much using culturally considered masculine silhouettes, you know, high-waisted trousers, ties, you know,
Hmm.
oversized vests, button-up shirts, you know. Um, so it was very cool wardrobe that she wears in Annie Hall. So
Yeah.
something I sometimes try to emulate myself. I don't think I quite pull it off the same way she does. Uh but uh but yeah.
And we can't forget Father of the Bride, part one and
Yeah.
two.
Yep.
Sorry,
Very
I'm jumping
much.
ahead a little bit, but I want to
Oh
make
no.
sure we I want to make sure we mention that one or those
Yeah.
two.
Yeah. Oh.
Just the chemistry that she had with Steve Martin and Martin
Mhm.
Short and
Yep.
Kellyanne Paisley. That's I hope that's I'm saying her name right.
Mhm.
Just I mean, it was perfect. I mean, that was lightning in a bottle, and thank heavens it was able to strike twice.
Mhm. And they were able to reunite just a little, you know, kind of, sort of during the pandemic
Right? Yeah.
to give us a pseudo-ish Father of the Bride Part 3.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, so, um, and then of course, her alongside Bette Midler and Goldie Hawn
Yep.
in First Wives Club and their performance of You Don't
Yes.
Own Me.
Yep. Oh, that's classic. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
another. Mm-hmm.
So her fingerprint is all over the place.
Yep.
So, um,
If you haven't
yeah.
checked out any of her movies, do yourself a favor and check some of those out. You're not going to be disappointed.
Mm-hmm. And it doesn't have to be The Godfather.
No, it doesn't. We'll let you know right now. You're not gonna. Yeah.
Go watch First Wives Club. Go watch Something's Gotta Give.
Yep.
Go watch Father of the Bride.
Yep.
Yeah, if The Godfather's not your thing, you don't have to watch The Godfather. And you don't have to watch Annie Hall either. We don't need to be giving that
Right.
director any more, you know, run time than he already has.
Right.
So, oh my. There is that. And then something a bit more happy, and for a lot of us Swifties, it was more like, finally! Uh, as if we haven't been, yeah. Not that we haven't been enjoying ourselves with the 2, almost 3 weeks that we've had Life of a Showgirl in our lives now. Uh, did I go and just buy a physical copy of it earlier? Yes, I did. Um, physical media forever, people.
Yes.
You just never know.
Mhm.
But Taylor Swift, Mama Taylor, is finally confirmed that yes, some of those cameras that were following her around during the Eras tour were in fact filming a documentary about the Eras tour. And we're
Are
finally
we
getting said documentary.
are we
Almost.
surprised at all?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. So, um, yeah. So we're getting a 6-part documentary series. It's going to be on Disney Plus, December 12th. Plus, we are getting a updated version of the Eras Tour show. If you remember, the Eras Tour version that came out in theaters and streaming on Disney Plus, among other places, before she released the Tortured Poets Department. And then when that album got released, she updated. Who does this? Who releases a whole, not just an album, a double album in the middle of one of the biggest tours in the entire planet, and then updates said show to include new album while not making sure that all the other eras still get represented? Like, a few things got cut, a few things got shuffled around, but she added a whole new section with songs from the new album, new costumes, new choreography. Who does this? Taylor Swift. That's who. So we are getting the final show that was in Toronto. So you can watch the Eras Tour version 1 and then watch Eras Tour version 2, which will be nice considering all of the Eras Tour, especially post Tortured Poets Department being added, I've only ever seen via people streaming it from their phones. So it'd be nice to see it in high quality and not buffering from somebody's phone. But I'm excited to see the behind the scenes stuff. Like, I just logistically how she managed to pull this off and her team managed to pull this off is just, I can't. Like, I would have lost my mind like 2 minutes into somebody like, oh yeah, let's just tour all over the world. Let's do a 3+ hour show doing songs from every album that Taylor's ever released with costume changes and choreography and surprises and oh my goodness. So that'd be very, very, I was just thinking today, it's like Halloween's next week, which means a year ago here in Indy, we were a little over a week away from the Eras Tour taking over Indianapolis for 3 days. It actually more than 3 days, but we had 3 shows. So that's wild to think that that was a year ago. And here we are later, like, another new album. And now we're getting a documentary and another professionally filmed version of the Eras Tour. So it's pretty exciting. Did I hear the fate of Ophelia on actual radio yesterday and absolutely lost my mind? Yes. Yes, I did. I was like, it's on actual radio. I was actually looking for football, is why I was actually had the radio on, as opposed to streaming something from my phone, like a podcast or an audiobook or something, because I was listening for football. And as I was browsing the stations, there's Taylor, new song, new album. Like, ooh, yay.
Okay, I'll listen and then go back to scanning for sports ball.
Yes, exactly. Exactly.
Because sometimes listening to the radio announcers are sometimes a little bit better and less annoying than the national broadcast booth sometimes.
Sometimes, especially if the radio broadcast is the home team, because then they're biased.
Yes.
So Although at the time when I was looking for it, we were well ahead of the Chargers, and then I think we pretty much stayed ahead of the Chargers, even though the Chargers did try to have a comeback. It was not successful, which is more than what the Raiders can say. But hey, somebody's got to be at the bottom.
Yeah.
So,
Packer game was a little dicey. We made it out.
I
Don't
mean.
Don't even get me started on
I mean, the
my
Raiders were
college.
just here a few weeks ago and we absolutely destroyed them. So,
Yeah.
yeah, I'm so
Yeah.
sorry,
Mhm.
Raiders fans, but somebody has to be at the bottom. It's your turn at the moment, apparently. Anyway,
One of these years they'll catch a break, but
on
not looking like they're there. But now on to the other
yeah,
stuff. The reason why
yeah.
we were off last week.
Well, first we got to do feedback.
Oh, that's true. Yep. Sorry, Shalane.
Speaking of fellow Swifties and Disney fan,
Yes.
we do have some feedback from Shalane.
So I'm excited to hear about your vacation. So
yeah, well, I know Shalane is too. So we will get through Shalane's feedback here as quickly as possible. She did kind of send us a bit of a long one. So sorry, Shalane. We may truncate it just a little bit because I know that everybody wants to hear what I have to say. So anyway, she says, "Hello, ladies. So glad you had a great time in Disneyland for its 70th anniversary, Rachel. I'm kind of jealous. Speaking of Disney, the company that owns everything, including my soul and yours, Rachel, and a lot of our money after last week. Yes, I wanted to share my favorite movie franchises by studio. I meant to do this for your anniversary episode, but forgot. I also mentioned before that I was once online but stepped away. No drama. I'm in a good place now. That's good. Anyway, here's my list. Of course, Disney and affiliates, Pixar, Star Wars, Marvel, a little bit of 20th Century Fox, of course. I'm sure she also includes, Disney, OG Disney as well in that. Warner Brothers, not really surprises there. Harry Potter, Wonder Woman, Scooby-Doo, Barbie, all the good stuff. Universal, of course, has Jurassic Park, Back to the Future, Wicked, the How to Train Your Dragon franchise, the classic monster movies. Sony has Ghostbusters, Karate Kid, Spider-Man. Paramount has Top Gun, Sonic, and pretty much everything Nickelodeon. The reason I don't stress about liking all these is because the creative fans I follow don't either. No more internet drama for me. Amen. I think you girls once gave me similar advice, but now I'm curious, what are your favorite franchises from these studios? Pretty much what you listed, actually.
Yeah, pretty much. Maybe one or two more, but other than that, I'm right there with you.
Yep, pretty much. So, unless, I mean, those are like, the big studios. I mean, if you wanted to go to like other studios like Netflix, they've got Stranger Things.
Yeah.
Which is exciting. So
yeah. Cape Not Demon Hunters.
Apple's got Ted Lasso. So
yep. Hey, get out of my head. I was just saying that.
Just saying.
We know each other too well.
Yep. Just saying. She lists some of her family's favorite movies, both Disney and non-Disney. Not really a whole lot there. Surprising, a lot of stuff that we have covered. Star Wars, Harry Potter, Indiana Jones, Ghostbusters, superheroes, Home Alone. She should say A Christmas Story. Sorry, Rachel. That's okay. I understand that some people like some things I don't. So, the Muppets, Peanut specials, and she suggests we should do a Peanut/Charlie Brown episode because it's the 75th anniversary, which I had a little bit of a Peanuts moment during my vacation. I will get to that. Hocus Pocus, Princess Bride. So yeah, good stuff. Speaking of the Muppets, I'm still waiting for that rumored Pride and Prejudice remake starring the Muppets, or even the Taming of the Shrew. You know who they try to cast as the Shrew, and she would take so much offense being called a Shrew.
Miss Piggy?
Miss Piggy.
She'd be perfect for it, though.
I know. I'm just saying.
I know. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh yes, she would have issues with that. Yes.
I mean, we saw what they did with the character in 10 Things I Hate About You. So,
Yes.
could you imagine what Miss Piggy could do?
That role would be perfect for her. I mean, she would act the crap out of that.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Well, my friends and I are also planning Disney-bound outfits for Disneyland or Disney World. Picking our favorite princesses, heroines, Pixar characters, Marvel heroes, Star Wars characters, or ride themes like Pirates of the Caribbean, Jungle Cruise, Haunted Mansion, and It's a Small World. Going back to Sailor Moon, I've decided the only anime I'll stick with are Sailor Moon, Card Captors, Pokemon, and the Studio Ghibli films. They're classics. I'm more of a casual anime fan and prefer British TV shows like The Crown, Downton Abbey, Sherlock, Bridgerton. I'll be patient when you girls cover another Ghibli film. Oh, there's plenty to pick from. So. Mm-hmm. Just trying to not, I know personally I'm trying to avoid the ones that I know will really make me cry.
Don't blame you.
I know there's one in particular that everybody's like, oh my God, it'll wreck you. And I'm like, yeah, that's that way we have not done that one yet.
Yeah. That was going to be saved to the very, very end.
Yeah, I'm just saying, Princess and the Frog, not the first time that fireflies have made people cry. Just saying. Now, in Toy Story, it's your fourth Pixar movie to talk about after Onward, Monsters, Inc., and the Cars trilogy. You talk about all four Toy Story films in one episode, and now with a fifth one coming next year, who knows if it'll be the last? I don't know. I've seen every Disney or Pixar movie in theaters since A Bug's Life, except for Soul, Luca, and Turning Red. Those went straight to Disney Plus first. Didn't catch their theatrical re-releases last year because life was busy. Fair enough. Toy Story came out when I was a baby. Good Lord, Shalane, you make me feel old. I thought my first theater movie was Milan when I was about 3 or 4. My mom told me she actually took me to see Toy Story as a baby. So technically, I've seen every Pixar movie in theaters, starting with that one. That's cool.
Yes.
Also, it's your fourth 1995 movie this year after Apollo 13, Sense and Sensibility, and Clueless. My siblings and I quote Toy Story all the time, especially the Mrs. Nesbit scene with Buzz and Woody. If you watch Home Improvement, Tim Allen, there are a few Toy Story and Lion King references. This is Jonathan Taylor Thomas voiced young Simba. Toy Story even has a Home Improvement Easter egg. Other Tim Allen projects reference Toy Story too, like Santa Claus 2, You're a Sad, Strange Little Man. I say that all the time to Chauncey. You're a sad, strange little man. And the Shaggy Dog, To Infinity and Beyond. And, little thing here, as an aside, I don't know if this is still the case, but one of the last times that I was at Walt Disney World, and over at the studios where they had the Toy Story Midway Mania attraction and where you could meet Buzz and Woody and occasionally encounter the Green Army men forcing people to do push-ups. In the queue, the line for the meet and greet for Buzz and Woody, of course, with anything Toy Story related, once you get to the inside, they try to make you feel like you've been shrunk down to the size of a toy, so that way Buzz and Woody's size makes sense compared to us humans. Is the idea you're supposed to be close to toy size, like we're supposed to be a Barbie or something? I don't know. But you can find toolboxes and other things that you would normally find in a garage, branded with I can't remember the name of the brand, the fictional brand that they use on Tool Time. That's their major sponsor. So the references go both ways, or home improvement references in Toy Story related stuff. So, I love how the Pixar Ball and Pizza Planet truck show up in every Pixar movie and how John Ratzenberger voices a character in almost all of them. I thought Lightyear was fine. I like Socks the cat. It might have worked better as a TV show spinoff in the Toy Story universe, since Lightyear didn't do great at the box office. It's nice to see Inside Out 2, Moana 2, and probably Zootopia 2 bouncing back for Disney and Pixar. Yeah, there's a reason we didn't talk about Lightyear. John Lasseter was a great director and chairman for both Pixar and Disney Animation. He helped start the Disney revival era of Bob Iger movies like The Princess and the Frog, Tangled, Wreck-It Ralph, Frozen, Big Hero 6, Zootopia, Moana, Ralph Breaks the Internet, and Frozen 2. Now Pete Docter leads Pixar, and Jennifer Lee, who directed Frozen, used to lead Disney Animation before stepping down to focus on Frozen 3. Jared Bush, director of Encanto, is now chairman directing Zootopia 2 with Brian Howard. I call Jennifer Lee's time the post-COVID era, which includes Raya and the Last Dragon, Encanto, Wish. Jared Bush's era might be the post-revival era, with sequels and origin stories like Moana 2. I think those newer ones, along with Raya and Encanto, are underrated gems like Lilo and Stitch and The Emperor's New Groove. I agree. So, a few Pixar directors also do voice acting, like Andrew Stanton as Crush and John Lasseter in background roles. She gets a list of non-Princess Disney musicals, or some of her favorites, like Pinocchio, Peter Pan, Robin Hood, Oliver and Company. We gotta talk about Oliver and Company at some point.
Yes.
Talk about taking classic literature and adapting it. Plus it's Billy Joel, so you know.
Yes, exactly.
I think Disney and Pixar movies are really about friendship. They tell us beautiful stories about connection that we all love. That is true. I read that Toy Story 5 will focus on Jessie with Bonnie, now 8 years old. I'm curious who will voice Mr. and Mrs. Potato Head now that the original actors have passed away. We shall find out. Fun fact, Toy Story 3 was originally going to be about Buzz breaking in and his mom taking him to the factory overseas to get fixed. I think the version we got was much better and more heartfelt. I agree. And since it's my job, quote, to correct you girls, just a note from Gold Standard, it wasn't Don Bluth who voiced Pizza the Hut in Spaceballs, it was the late Don DeLuise. He worked with Don Bluth in The Secret of Nim, An American Tail, All Dogs Go to Heaven, and Troll and Central Park, plus movies outside Bluth's work like Oliver and Company, Sabrina Teenage Witch, Magic School Bus, An American Tail, and All Dogs sequels. Well, there you go. Maybe that's why I got them mixed up. Who knows? Probably. As soon as I read that, I'm like, oh, yeah, she's right. Duh. My brain got confuzzled. Thank you, Shalane, as always. And speaking of my trip to Disneyland, we're going to discuss it now.
Yes.
Well, it is still mostly fresh in my brain. Because it's been slightly over a week. Since I
So are
went.
you going to do your top 10 foods a la friend of the show?
I'm not sure if I could, to be honest with you. I mean, I'm going to tell you about what I ate,
Okay.
but I don't think I could do necessarily a top 10, otherwise, unless it was a non ranked 10, where it was just like, this happens to be 10. So. Oh my. So yes, so Chauncey and I went to Disneyland. This was my third trip to Disneyland. I had gone back all the way in 1999 with my high school marching band. And then I did not go again until 10 years ago, in 2015, when Chauncey and I went at Christmas time during the holiday season for that was during the 60th anniversary, so the diamond celebration. And so and then 2017 was the last time that we set foot in a Disney theme park, which would have been our last time at Walt Disney World. And then our last cruise was 2018. And then 2019, I think we were just recovering the cruise and everything, so we're keeping things kind of on the down low. And then of course the pandemic happened, and everything just kind of went all over the place. And he changed jobs, I've changed jobs, you know, families things have changed, and so every year we always try to do something with a Disney connection to it, whether it's going to see a Disney musical, like we went and saw Frozen a few years ago on stage. We did the Jim Henson exhibit one year. We did the Wax Museum in the Avengers 3D/4D multi-D experience at Madame Tussauds in Vegas last year. Plus, some people consider Las Vegas Disney for adults. Which there are a few times walking around downtown Anaheim that I kind of felt like I was back in Las Vegas, to be honest with you. Especially after the parks let out for the night.
Okay, where am I again?
Yeah, just the foot traffic and just the bubble is not as big in Anaheim as it is in Central Florida. That's one of those things where it's like, y'all know what I'm talking about. If you know, you know. But it was getting to the point where we were both kind of like, okay, we're kind of missing it. We kind of want to get back into, the bubble. And it's like, well, what do we want to do? Do we want to go to a cruise? Do we want to go back to Florida? And I was like, well, it's the 70th anniversary now. And we could go during fall break, and we could do Oogie Boogie, which is their Halloween separate ticketed event in Florida. It's Mickey's Not So Scary Halloween party. Out in California, it's Oogie Boogie Bash. And so I was like, well, we haven't done it at Halloween time, and Oogie Boogie Bash is supposed to be like amazing as far as their Halloween parties are concerned. Plus, we just like the Halloween, especially when it comes to Disney. And we've done the Mickey's Not So Scary a couple of times, and we've done a Halloween cruise as well. So when it comes, I'm not one for really scary stuff, but when it comes to Halloween, I will gladly take whatever Disney will hand me. So we're like, and it's like, what, Disneyland can be done in a much shorter amount of time than Florida. Florida, you got 4 parks plus 2 water parks, among other things. California, you've got 2 parks and downtown Disney and 3 hotels, official Disney hotels, and that's kind of it. So it's like, so we don't need to go for as long. It'll be a little cheaper that way. So like, yeah, we'll do Disneyland. So that was the plan. So we contacted MEI, Mouse Fan Travel, friend to all, friend of the show, Becky Mankin. And we got connected with a travel agent. Her name's Heather. And she was wonderful. We didn't need a whole lot of planning necessarily. It was just nice to be able to have somebody take care of all the booking and everything, and make sure the tickets are taken care of, and travel insurance, so that's just, we didn't have to think about it. We could just give her the credit card information and be like, here. So that's what we ultimately, she did answer some of our questions, but for the most part, even though things have changed drastically on how you approach the Disney parks now, at least in the US. For the longest time, you picked a park, and you just went. And if you got the park hopper ticket, if you got tired of one park, or you just want to change the scenery or something, you could hop on some transportation and go to a different park the same day. And for the bigger rides, you had Fast Pass. You just used your park ticket, and if Fast Passes were available, you did the machine, and they gave you a little paper card for that attraction that says, come between this window of time, and you can go in a special shorter line and get on the ride faster than the people in the regular line. And that's all you really had to worry about. Now, post-pandemic, now you have to figure out which days or which parks you want to go to which day, and make reservations for said park on whatever day you want to go to Fast Pass no longer exists. Now they have Lightning Lane, which is not free. You have to pay for it. And there's different ways you can pay for it. You can pay for it by per attraction, or you can buy the package, which lets you on allows you to use like one Lightning Lane per attraction. And then I think there's another one where it's like practically unlimited or something. It can get very expensive. I know for some people it feels like that's one of the ways that Disney is nickel and diming people. I can kind of agree. I will say we never paid for Lightning Lane or did we never I looked at it, but I was like, because our thing was, yes, it's been 10 years since we've been back to this park, but the last time we went, we covered a lot of ground. Well, a lot of the classics. There were a few things that we missed last time around. That we made sure to hit this time, but really our concern this time around was the new stuff. In this case, over at Disneyland, it was Galaxy's Edge. Star Wars.
Nice.
All the Star Wars. And over at Disney's California Adventure, henceforth I will be saying DCA because Disney California Adventure is a mouthful. Over at DCA, it's Avengers Campus.
Woohoo!
Those were our two, and of course doing the Oogie Boogie Bash because we never done that before. Otherwise, if we got to anything else, it was just icing on the cake. But as far as we were concerned, it was those two areas that were like, we got to check off as much as we can here, and then with time we have left, we will do other stuff. And that's exactly how we approached it. And thankfully, we were able to cover both of those lands as far as like rides are concerned, attractions are concerned, and some food, without ever having to pay for Lightning Lane. Now we did end up with a complimentary Lightning Lane, but I will get to that because it was something that was out of everybody's control. It's a ride broke down. And we were far enough into the process of getting to get on the actual ride that they gave us a complimentary Lightning Lane to come back once the ride was back up. But I will get to that. So of course, flying from Indiana to Los Angeles, you cannot, I say you cannot do nonstop. You can, if you're willing to pay for it, I should say, with the airlines. Honestly, Chauncey and I really have no desire to be stuck in an airplane for 5-6 hours in one stretch. So so especially Chauncey. So actually having a layover, not the end of the world, especially considering our layovers, both directions were very short. Just long enough to get out, stretch your legs, use the bathroom that's bigger than the size of a postage stamp, and maybe get something to drink, a snack maybe, and then get on the next flight. So we flew from Indy to Los Angeles. We had a very, very quick layover in Denver. I think I barely got to touch the carpet at the Denver airport before having to get to our next flight because our flight leaving Indy was delayed. So instead of having instead of having like an hour layover, we had like 5 minutes. It was essentially enough time to get from one gate where we landed to get to the next gate, which thankfully was very close. But they were just started boarding when we got off our first flight. So it's like, so that was a very short layover. But whatever. So then we got Denver to Los Angeles, get to LAX, collect our luggage, proceed to use Lyft. We tend to use Lyft over Uber, just a personal preference, but all those ride sharing apps in major cities like that, you really can't go wrong. But it's Los Angeles. Neither of us have any desire to drive in a lot of these cities. Like when we go to San Francisco, no, we will pay for lifts till we're blue in the face because neither of us have any desire to drive in San Francisco traffic because it is obnoxious. Los Angeles, just the same. It also didn't help that we landed in Los Angeles on a Friday, going into a 3-day weekend because that Monday was Columbus Day. So for a lot of people, it was going into a 3-day holiday weekend, and it's like an hour before rush hour.
Yikes.
And Anaheim and Los Angeles, as far as the crow flies, if you're lucky and there's no fender benders or anything, you can get from LAX to essentially the area right outside Disneyland in Anaheim in maybe 45 minutes.
Which isn't too shabby.
Right. But it's Los Angeles highway traffic.
Yeah.
And it was almost rush hour on a Friday, going into a holiday weekend. Our ride took almost an hour and a half.
Wow.
So thankfully, with things like Lyft, they tell you the price up front. So we knew what we were paying. And you do have the option. They do give you options. Like if you're willing to wait a little while to get picked up, they'll shave some money off of the overall price. If you don't have a vehicle preference, you don't mind maybe somebody showing up with something like a Prius, that'll be slightly cheaper. But again, because, Chauncey is over 6 feet tall. He is a very tall person. And he had just been crammed into 2 essentially metal tubes for hours at a stretch. That I didn't necessarily want to have him get crammed into a Prius for over an hour sitting in Los Angeles traffic.
Don't blame you.
So we opted to pay a little extra for what they call a comfort ride, which usually means just an SUV, a decent sized SUV. So that's what we did, and I'm glad we did because that was much more comfortable, especially considering the ride took almost an hour and a half. And so, but eventually we got there. We got dropped off our hotel. Like I said, Disneyland, that area, they have 3 official Disney hotels. There's the Disneyland Hotel, there's the Pixar Place Hotel, and the Grand Californian. Which those are all right. They're on the Disney property, so they're on that side of Harbor Boulevard, essentially inside the bubble. And could we have stayed at one of those? Yeah, we could have, but we didn't necessarily want to go super crazy because we know how we do, and because we had done we had stayed in this area before, we know what the walk is like. So we decided to go with the Marriott. There's a Fairfield by Marriott that is like just like a stoplight right before the intersection that leads into the walk area that has the big Disneyland sign. So we were like, I don't know, a city and a half, city block and a half, I guess. So if there was a lot of foot traffic, maybe it would take us 15 minutes to walk. If there was not a whole lot of foot traffic and the crosswalk worked in our favor, under 10. So not terrible. Of course, by the time we get there, get to the hotel, get checked in, it's late. We're not doing a park, not after traveling. So what we're going to do is we're going to go over to Downtown Disney, which is something we'd not been to last time. There's a Downtown Disney in California and Florida. And they have there's kind of shopping areas where you can find like your Disney store, some of your other Disney related stores, but they also have other shops. So it's kind of like an outdoor shopping mall. If you've ever been in, there's lots of restaurants and places to drink and all that fun stuff. Usually there's live music. and that sort of thing. So we walked over to downtown Disney. So from where we were, we had to take Harbor Boulevard to, I cannot remember the life of me remember the name of the road, but it passes the convention center, the Anaheim Convention Center, which was really funny because I know what the Anaheim Convention Center looks like from the outside and the inside based on people going there for D23 Expo and Star Wars celebrations in like people's videos. I've never actually seen it in person. So it was kind of weird walking by it and there like not being anybody there. Like, oh, so that's what it looks like when it's not being completely crowded by Disney and or Star Wars fans.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a bit of a walk. Just distance wise. It's not terrible. It is, you know, they're major streets, so there's lots of lights and everything. And even though technically you're not on Disney property, we were both kind of speculating that some of the sidewalk areas that are directly right outside, because like literally we're walking on a sidewalk, there's like grass and trees and landscaping and stuff. Of course, there's palm trees everywhere because it's California. And this
Mm-hmm.
stretch of road, the palm trees, they've got palm trees on each side of the sidewalk, and they've put these really vibrant colored lights on the palm trees. So you got like your street lights, and then you got all these palm trees with these colorful lights. And we were both speculating, it's like, even though this is not tech and like, yeah, the way we were going to our right past the landscaping was this giant fence, and that's the Disney property right there on the other side of that fence. That Disney probably has some sway with the city as far as like what those walkways look like and how pedestrian friendly they are, because they know that they're going to have people coming to and from their property that are going to be walking on these sidewalks. So I'm sure Disney has some say, and like, you know, we want things to look nice, not dumpy.
Yep.
So and that was true. We did see what we thought was we were assuming is one of the Disney cats waiting outside in the grass, just staring at the fence. For those that don't know, at Disneyland, they do have, and we found out actually Knott's Berry Farm does as well. But the theme parks, at least in California, I guess because of their location and because of the nice, you know, how nice the weather is a good chunk of the year. And because, you know, these theme parks, they don't want to, you know, scare or disgust or, you know, have anybody get turned away from visiting their parks by having rodents, and not, you know, not Mickey, but actual rodents, wandering around while people are trying to eat their churros. They have like their own little like battalion of essentially barn cats. So if you've known anybody that's ever had a farm and has a cat or two, that, you know, it's their cat, but the cat essentially is you know, a 24/7 mouser and other rodent, you know, take care of kind of feline. Disney has that. They have their own battalion of essentially Disney barn cats, and we spotted one of them outside the gate hanging out. It wasn't dark yet, and we were on the side where DCA is, and DCA was still open at the time, and it was just sitting there, just staring, barely moving. If it hadn't, like, its ears hadn't twitched, we almost probably wouldn't have seen it. And it was still there on our way back too. Like, it had not moved. I told Chauncey, I said, it's waiting until it's time to go in and clock in. That's all. So,
or it knows where a certain little mousey was and is waiting to,
or that too. It knows one got out or something. It's just waiting for it to show up. So it like they know where their bread gets buttered.
Exactly.
So it's just waiting, and it's gonna earn its keep. So, but yeah, and generally they are let loose after the parks close, and they take care of rats, mice, other rodents. I'm sure other small, you know, creatures that you would not want to suddenly appear, you know, while somebody's trying to eat their giant turkey leg during the day. So I thought that was kind of funny. Uh, so yeah, so we walked over to downtown Disney. Of course, by then we were both starving, because with the time difference and all the travel, like it's, I don't know, 6 o'clock LA time, which means it's 9 o'clock Indiana time.
Mhm.
So it's like we were starving. It had been a very long day. And really had not time. We ate before we got on the plane, and that kind of been it, other than the complimentary pretzels that we got, which I immediately
And
gave to
those
Chauncey.
can only go so far.
Yeah, yeah. Um, why they think people want, like, just everybody wants mustard flavored pretzels is beyond me. Like, plain pretzels with salt on them. Why is that hard?
The only way I want mustard with my pretzels is if it's a hot, soft pretzel, and sometimes I just like the plain pretzel with cheese.
Yeah, I don't like mustard in general. So, uh, anyway, uh, so it's dark at that point. There's a lot of people because it's a Friday night. So there's a lot of people walking around. There's a stage where there's live music going on, them singing, like, Halloween season type music, spooky tunes. And um uh we were like, okay, we need to find food. Yeah, when we walked in, it went downtown Disney, you still have to go through security, just like you would the theme parks. So you got to be careful what you got on you, because they will do bag check, and you do have to go through a metal detector, even to go into downtown Disney. So we get through security, and we're like, okay, food. Where can we find food? Which way's food? Yeah, I got the app open with the map. I'm like, where's this place? Let me look at the menu. That looks, like, well, that doesn't look very good, so we don't want to go there. So, like, we're trying to navigate with the map and look at menus and figure out, what's going to be quick versus what's like a sit down meal. We may have to wait for a table, that sort of thing. That lasts about 30 seconds when I spot the Avengers store. And I'm like, food, what? No, I see the Hulk busting out of the wall in the front of the store. Forget food. I'm going in here right now, please and thank you.
Food, not so hungry now. Let shopping commence.
Yes. So of course I'm like,
did you empty the store out,
Marvel.
or were you a good girl?
I thought about it. Honestly, I did. Well, and at the time, the plan was day of arrival, downtown Disney, dinner, bed, up early, park, final day, morning, check out a hotel, go back to downtown Disney for a little bit, come back, go to the airport, fly home. That was the plan. So I'm in the Marvel / Avengers store, and I'm like, and they've got actual props on display. So I was kind of drooling over those too. Although one of the props that they have on display is Loki's scepter.
Ooh.
Which, I mean, if for the Loki fangirls, they're like, ooh, Loki held that. Hello, Loki. Meanwhile, I'm like, that killed Phil Coulson.
Yeah. So you were a two.
That is the item that stabbed Phil Coulson in the back. How dare you? I'm a little bitter still. It's been 13 years. I'm still bitter. And oh my. So I was like, well, yeah, odds are we're either gonna end up coming back to downtown Disney, and I can come back to the store, and or I know that there's also Marvel stuff for sale on Avengers Campus. So to stop myself from buying everything that I saw, that I instead was like, I was like, I will just take pictures. I will take pictures of the things that I find interesting, and if I see it again, like on Avengers campus, then I can buy it there. If not, if I still think I want it, I will come back. Trying to be reasonable, to not spend our entire vacation budget within 5 minutes of being on Disney property. So that's what I did. So I took pictures. And then we did pop into one food place. We looked at the menu and we're like, that's okay. We could do better. And so we wandered a bit more. We passed the Lego store, which literally had a line going out the door. Like the Lego store Lego people are a very special group. And like,
also I enjoy what new set got released that they needed to get.
I don't know. I mean, are there some Lego sets out there that I would like to have and put together? Absolutely. Do I need all of them? No. But yeah. And so yeah, the Lego store. And then beyond that, we got to another location where there were several restaurants, and we were kind of looking like, which one should we go? Maybe go look at the menu, because a lot of these places, they have the menus like posted by the door, that sort of thing. So it's like, we go look, which one do we want to stop at? Look at the menu, see if there's a wait, see how long the wait is. Then I spotted the soccer store, and I was like, food what? Who? Never heard of it. There's soccer stuff in this store. So immediately I'm like, bye. Footy, hello. And I wander in, and of course, immediately, this is America. I get it. We are a bit particular when it comes to our adaptation and enjoyment of things that we consider quote unquote foreign. We're also in Southern California, which is very close to Mexico, the border with Mexico. So yes, there's going to be a lot of representation for the Mexican and South American clubs. And of course, this also being America, and Britain, the UK being our origin, our country of origin, essentially. There's also going to be a lot of representation for a lot of those clubs. Liverpool, Chelsea, you pick it. So it was understandable. So I'm wandering, I'm looking at stuff, and eventually I see Milan, but it's AC Milan.
Yeah.
I was like, so close. I was like, but if there's AC Milan, then maybe there's Inter
Just
Milan.
maybe.
So go digging a little, and what do I find? I find 3 different jersey styles for Inter Milan. So,
did you come home with all 3?
No, actually, I came home with none. So one of them is this year's blue and black, which is very similar to the one I already have.
Right.
Other than the print slightly different, and it does have the 2 stars.
Right.
For the second championship. But other than that, it's not a whole lot different than the one I already have. Gotcha. So the thing with this store is they have all these jerseys, and while some of them do have like the well-known players, like you're gonna have like your Pele and your pick a Messi. Yeah, he's on a lot of stuff. But for the most part, these jerseys are blank, and they can customize it for you right there in the store. You could pick your number, you could put the name on there. So like mine that I have, Chauncey ordered a custom for me so that it's a number 8, which matches our wedding date. It also happens to be my favorite number, and it has friend on it. It's our last name. So it's nobody else has a jersey like mine.
Exactly.
So, but they do have occasional ones that are pre-made, and in this case, they had one of the black and blue, and it was Lautaro Martinez at 10.
Yeah,
it had the number 10. I was like, who is this? I'm like, aha, yes, the GOAT.
Yes.
The Capitan.
Yes.
Like, yeah, if you're gonna have one pre-made, that's the
This is
person
the
you
one
want.
to have.
Yeah.
Yes. Most definitely.
Yeah, I was like, I agree with this choice wholeheartedly. But all the rest of them were blank. They had the light blue and kind of like a white grayish color, and then they had the gray with the highlighter orange trim.
Ooh.
So, but they all had the logo with the 2 stars on it. So yeah, if I'd managed to go back, yeah, one of them may have come home with me, not the black and blue, but maybe the light blue one may have come home with me. So, but I don't really need another jersey. If anything, I was like, I want some, like, I got the jersey, I've got several t-shirts. I was like, I need like a hat or maybe like a sweatshirt or a hoodie.
Something, yeah.
Yeah, something else to go into the mix. But that, unfortunately, yeah, Anaheim, California, probably not the best place to go, especially downtown Disney looking for Inter Milan gear.
Yeah, they don't California normally doesn't do cold weather gear.
No,
Some areas,
not really.
maybe,
It's
but
like I said,
not.
they're going to be Britain, UK, Mexico, and of course, being essentially Los Angeles. That's Galaxy country.
Right.
So we passed the Galaxy Stadium on the highway on our way from the airport to Anaheim. So big giant signs, come see the Galaxy play. I'm like, oh yeah, they do have their own professional MLS team. So unlike here. So it's like they got soccer covered. So then once again, I was like, okay, drag myself away, food. And we ended up going to a brewery that Chauncey was familiar with, and I want to make sure I get we went to Ballast Point Brewing Company, which they are a I'm very particular when it comes to my beer. Chauncey, he'll try just about anything. So like I'm a little more particular, so I can't say I'd had any of their stuff, but Chauncey's like, why not? We're on vacation, calories don't count. I'm like, absolutely. That's what Lou says, so I believe him. So there's a bit of a line out the door. But we wait, and we walk up, and we're like, 2 adults, everybody's over 21, we will sit wherever you want to put us. And she's like, you're in luck, we got 2 open seats up at the bar, you can go up right now. I'm like, sweet. So we get to go right on upstairs and sit our butts at the bar.
Nice.
And of course it's they got baseball going on a good number of the screens. The Detroit Tigers were playing somebody. I don't remember who it was. But so we sat down and we ordered our drinks, and because it's Halloween, they currently when we went, they had this special on their menu for just for the spooky season. It's their Ballast Point sculptury board.
Interesting.
Yeah, and it comes
Mouthful.
with
But cool.
it comes with a skull, air quotes, skull made with whipped chèvre, which is a French goat cheese, blue cheese, and brie. So it's 3 different types of cheese put together to look like a skull. A selection of cured meats, which included some very spicy pepperoni, which Yeah. I like a spicy pepperoni as much as the next person, but even for me, this was a bit spicy. I'm like, you eat that. Um I was happy with um the the oh crap, what is it? It's the real thin slice. Uh like ham, pork, pancetta, something like that. Um and some berry compote, um some dried fruit, some nuts, like almonds, pistachios, that sort of thing, um and some sliced bread, a baguette, so it's on the harder side, and roasted bone marrow, still in the
Ooh,
bone.
yum.
So when you get the board, it looks like a skull and crossbones with like
Mm-hmm.
other stuff surrounding it. Chauncey's had bone marrow before. I have not, because he had it when he went to like a really authentic like Chinese food place
Mm-hmm.
with someone when he still worked at IU. Um, so he'd had it before. I had not. I was like, you know what? I'll give it a shot. Why not?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, we also ordered a pizza too to go with it. It's like, because sometimes with this charcuterie, once you like start taking it apart and eating it, you realize it's not as much food as it might look just sitting on the board. We eat a lot of charcuterie, so we know how charcuterie boards work. So it's like we probably want like another like proper entree. So they do flatbread pizzas, so we did a flatbread, cheese, pepperoni, and bacon pizza. It was usually just their pepperoni flatbread, but Chauncey had them add bacon, which I'm like, this is why I married the man. He gets me bacon. Uh um so we get the pizza and our scary charcuterie at the same time. Um and um this huge it's these two huge like cow, I'm presuming femur bones would be my guess. Because these things were huge and they had been like totally roasted and everything, so like the bones were like you could see the where they become colored, they weren't white anymore because of the roasting. They had like basil or something they'd sprinkle on top of it, and then the bone they cut it so that that's the bone marrow is just in the channel there. I think they do like olive oil or maybe melted butter or something, just to give it a little, so I guess probably because so it doesn't dry out would be my guess, without affecting the flavor too much. Um, and so I got one femur, he got the other, and I was like, okay, what do you do with this? He's like, just take a spoon and you scoop out some of it, and then you can put it like on your cracker and your little baguette cracker thing there. And if you want to add some cheese, you could do that too, or you can just eat it as is off the cracker. And I'm like, okay, so I just put it on the cracker and ate it as is, and it wasn't terrible. I didn't hate it. I will say that's an awful lot of work for not a lot of payoff, though. And I
Mm-hmm.
can't stand food where you gotta do a lot of work before you can actually eat it, and then you don't get a whole lot. This is why I eat boneless wings only. Because I know some people swear bone-in wings they taste better, which they might, but that is
Mm-hmm.
an awful lot of work for not a lot of meat. I always want to be able to pop the thing in my mouth and feel like I have actually gotten a decent amount of food. That's just me. So it's like I had like two more bites of the bone marrow. I tried some of it with the cheese from the skull. That wasn't terrible either. I think I tried a piece of it, some of it on a piece of pizza as well. Again, I didn't hate it. If you I know it looks like it should be like really slimy and kind of gross. Like what I imagine like eating raw oysters probably would feel like. That's what I imagined it was going to feel like. But actually, if you've ever had like a piece of meat like like a brisket where it's got like a really fatty section, and if you've ever eaten just like a bit with like a really good fatty chunk where it's just like fat and it's just all, fat, for those that eat meat, y'all know what I'm talking about. Or like a piece of bacon that's got like a lot of fat on it and it doesn't get crispy. It just stays kind of spongy. That's about the texture. So it's not super slimy, actually. It's very fatty, is what it tastes like. In this case, it tasted like a piece of fat you'd get off like a slab of beef from like a brisket or a steak or something, because it was a cow bone. So it's going to be on the beefy side as opposed to like a pork side. But eventually I think I ended up getting like maybe half out of my bone before I gave Chauncey. I'm like, here, this is too much work. I'm gonna eat the pizza. This is a lot easier to eat.
Mm-hmm.
Like, this, I can just pick up a slice of pizza and put it in my mouth and I'm good. So, which he was fine with that. But yeah, I tried bone marrow for the first time. I didn't hate it.
Cool.
Would I eat it again? Maybe, if somebody took it out of the bone for me.
Right.
So
And you
I
could get
didn't
a
have
little
to do all
more.
that work.
Yeah.
It's like I'm in there with this giant bone. It probably didn't help that the bone was like, it seemed like it was like ridiculously large. So I'm sitting there at this bar with this giant bone and my spoon just like trying to scoop it out. And like I'm getting like basil and melted butter all over the place. And I'm like, I'm like scooping, trying to get it out of there, and I'm getting like a tiny little bit. I'm like, this is not worth it.
Mm-hmm.
But there, if anybody's ever wanted to try bone marrow, if it comes up, if you like beef, and you've, like I said, if you've ever had like a steak or a brisket or something that's had like a big vein or marbling of fat, and you've eaten that and you're like, oh, this isn't bad, because that's usually where a lot of the flavor is, actually.
Mm-hmm.
That's about what you're going to get as far as texture and flavor. So I mean, you can eat it as is, just like on a crostini or something, or you could put it with something else. Like, it wasn't bad on the pizza. So oh, we both had I had a beer. Chauncey had a couple, but he got smaller beers so he could try a couple. Um and so we sat there and ate and chit chatted and talked about our plans for the trip. And then we got done. I was like, okay, it's probably time to go back to the hotel, hit the hay, because next day it's gonna be very busy. So that's what we did. And so yeah, our next day, Saturday, we went to Disneyland. I would have liked to gotten there close to opening. That was 8 a.m., which is a bit early for Chauncey, even with the time difference. Even with the 3 hours. Still a bit early for him. So it's like, well, let's aim for like 10. Yeah, that shouldn't be too bad. That should have let the initial rush, go, get in. How wrong we were. So then we got up, got dressed, everything, do the walk. Like, the line for security is just, it's super long and so slow going. And then the line to get actually into the park is also super long and very slow. I think it probably took us close to an hour just to get through security and then get into the park. Because it's like, it's a Saturday. It's a holiday weekend. It's like, yeah. It's like, this is the park where people are going to want to go to with their kids, because it's the more family friendly. It's got the more rides where littler kids can ride them that you can do as a family. So, but we weren't necessarily hurried, because we knew the park was also going to be open until 11 o'clock that night. So it's like, if we go in a little later, we're night owls anyway. We can stay until park closing. If we want to, we could shut the place down. Which we ultimately did, practically. So yeah, we get in, and we our first because it had been a hot minute and because things had changed, we decided that our first course of action was going to be to ride the train. So as I think most a good number of people know, Walt really loved trains, and one of his thing is Disneyland, Magic Kingdom, Paris, all those, whatever the equivalent is of that park in the other parks, all of them have a train that encircles the entire park. You can get on a Main Street and it just circles all the way around. Usually has a couple of stops as you work your way around. They call it a Grand Circle Tour. And we're like, well, we'll just ride the train, and that'll give us kind of an outside. I mean, you can't see everything, but it's like that'll give us an idea of what stuff looks like, and also get a look at the crowds and that sort of thing. So that's what we did. Is we hopped on the train, and we did the entire go around, and so then once we got back to Main Street, we're like, okay, well, let's get off and let's get going, because we knew where we needed to go was Galaxy's Edge. Yeah, like I said, as far as Disneyland was concerned, Galaxy's Edge was our priority. And but I'd also learned from my research that tends to be what most people's priority is, and that causes some lines that when the park first opens can start be super long, and then they kind of even out as the day goes on. So at first I was like, well, we need to stop at City Hall to get you a birthday button, because Chauncey's birthday is today as we're recording this. And so I was like, well, we'll get you a birthday button, so it'll be fun to see. We'll see, how many people notice and wish you a happy birthday, because sometimes the characters can have some fun when they see it's your birthday. And but there was a line for City Hall to get into City Hall. I'm like, what the heck? So I was like, well, I know City Hall is not the only place you can get birthday buttons. You can get them a lot of places. So I was like, well, let's pick one up at somewhere. And the from Main Street, they have several different, because it's supposed to be, kind of America, turn of the century, early 1900s. So there's a couple of different actually fun transportation options. They have a horse-drawn carriage, of course, or horse-drawn trolley. They have a old style fire truck that you can ride in, and they have a double-decker bus.
Ooh, cool.
And we were like, and the double-decker bus had just pulled up, and some people gotten off, and she was just kind of standing there waiting to see if anybody's going to get on. I was like, you want to ride the double-decker bus? Because nobody's getting on it. Like, we've never done that before. He was like, yeah, sure. So we just got on. We actually got on the top and in the front. So we had like the best view. And the bus, it starts there at the circle, at the closest to the main entrance of the park, and it goes around the circle and then up Main Street, and then goes off to one side of the hub there, and that's where you get off. So because we had that seat up top and in the front, like we were going down Main Street, and we had like clear view of the castle. Of course, there's people everywhere, but it's like we're so far up. It's like, hey, I can take pictures of the castle and not having to look over heads because I'm high above them.
Mm-hmm.
So we got dropped off, and we're like, we waited for the other people to get off, and then we were last. We're first on, last off, and we thanked the driver, and I was like, that was awesome. Everybody needs to do this at least once. So she's like, yeah, tell other people. I'm like, yeah, good. And so I was like, okay, well, like that was cool. I was like, okay, so well, Galaxy's Edge, that's where we need to go. And then I was like, churros.
Ooh,
like,
yes,
there's a churro cart. And it's like, I need a churro. And they have a the colors are spooky season. The flavors not so much. Yeah, that reminds you you're in California, because they take the churro, and instead of doing it in the classic cinnamon sugar, they do it in an orange sugar mix, but it's citrus. And then the dip you get is this dark purple, again, kind of spooky-ish color dip. But what it is it's blueberry, and like it almost felt like it was like blueberry. It had actual chunks of blueberry in it, but it was almost like blueberry, like in like kind of thinned out, like Greek yogurt.
Interesting.
So I think that's kind of what it was. It was like some sort of yogurt base, but slightly thinned, and then actual like whole blueberries in it. So it's like the orange and the dark purple and the dark blue, almost black of the blueberries. Like it looks spooky, but it's very fruity and citrusy. So it's like the flavors don't scream Halloween to you unless you're in Southern California, I guess, where fruit citrus reigns supreme, I guess.
Yeah.
And so yeah, I was getting sugar everywhere. I was getting the blueberry stuff all over me. It was fabulous. I loved it. And so we ate that and then made our way to Galaxy's Edge. And the way we went into Galaxy's Edge, actually, you can enter at two different ends. One end is coming from kind of frontier land, kind of Rivers of America, in between that and Big Thunder Mountain Railroad, which is closed currently for refurbishment, so that's okay. And then there's another entrance if you come more from over by the other side, essentially Rivers of America, and I still want to call it Splash Mountain because I know that's what people are going to recognize, but it's not Splash Mountain anymore. It's Tiana's Bayou Adventure.
Okay.
Because it has been rethemed and updated to now with Princess Tiana from Princess and the Frog. And yes, beignets make several appearances in that attraction, and I kind of hate that they're not real. We'll get to that. So we ended up going the way by Big Thunder Mountain, which takes you, I would say it's closer to being the backside of Galaxy's Edge. So you're not immediately necessarily like thrust right into like, this is Star Wars, this is Batuu, that sort of thing. It starts out more subtle, and then suddenly you turn a corner and there's like, a spaceship of some sort, and there's another, and they're just kind of parked there, for you to take pictures of and pictures with and that sort of thing. And of course with Galaxy's Edge, there's two attractions. There's Rise of the Resistance and Smuggler's Run. Both are very fun attractions. Rise of the Resistance, I have seen video, so I knew somewhat what to expect. I don't care if you watch somebody's like 4K, really well shot, not shaky, steady cam, entire like queue, walkthrough, ride footage every single second of what happens on this attraction. That still does not capture this attraction at all.
You have to be there in person in order to get the full experience.
You really do, because the immersion in this,
so
not
real.
just Galaxy's Edge, but this attraction specifically is so real. When we got in line, that said the wait was 90 minutes. And I knew from what I researched, I'm like, that's not real. That's not going to drop necessarily. It's probably going to stay about that for the entire day, especially on a Saturday. But it's like, but we came prepared. So we get in line. Disney's got Wi-Fi. Chauncey's on his phone. I brought a book.
There you go.
I knew that there would be times where we would be waiting in line. I brought books.
There you go.
To read for some of these long waits. And actually, like, even though it, like, the wait might be that long, and honestly, I think we actually probably, the wait was more closer to an hour, to be honest with you. But the thing is you're not waiting standing still.
You're moving.
You're moving pretty much. You're moving a little bit, but you're moving pretty much the entire time. So, and honestly, I would say it depends on how important, I guess your schedule, how flexible your schedule is. I would say if it says the wait is an hour and the queue is outside of the building and looping around to the point where there are people in line at the point closest to where the pedestrian walkway is. If time is of the essence, you can do, and you want to pay for lightning lane, I would say go ahead. If time, like if you're on a tight schedule and you can't wait. The thing is once the line gets inside, that's where you get, I mean, it's themed everywhere. Like there's sound effects playing of like, critters and like star speeders flying overhead and all sorts of things. But once you get into the building, there is way more theming in the line, and there's some really cool props and costumes. Like you can get up close and personal with like some TIE fighter uniforms.
Ooh, nice.
And helmets that are on I say on display because this is supposed to be a secret rebel base. So like you walk past like munitions and their medical supplies, and it's really wild to see some of the stuff that they use for Star Wars. Like at one point we passed a set of lockers, but the lockers are all mesh, so you can see inside them, and there's a number of TIE fighter uniforms. Not TIE fighter uniforms, X-Wing, sorry. Rebels, X-Wing fighter pilot, the orange jumpsuit that we all recognize, with the white like rib vest, sort of puffy vest thing going on, and their helmets, and you can see the oxygen mask for the X-Wing pilots, because very much like a fighter pilot, if you've ever seen like a fighter pilot here on Earth, if you watch Top Gun or something like that, that they have to wear oxygen because you get flying so high, the oxygen's a little thin, you're also going very fast, so it's kind of hard to breathe. So you get supplemental oxygen. It's funny is the masks were obviously like a somewhat custom design so that it fit the Star Wars aesthetic, but the tubing to wherever it would connect for the mask to wherever they're getting the oxygen from in their X-Wing, it's the same exact tubing Chauncey and I both have for our CPAP machine.
Not surprised. That was going to be my guess.
We were both like, that's exact same tubing. It's like, that's right. That's almost right up there with Qui-Gon Jinn's little communicator being a Gillette razor. So it was just so funny. But yeah, I mean, if some people, they don't care about the queue, they just want to get on the attraction. If that's the case, fine. Because we did end up experiencing, so this time we waited in line and got to our point to start the attraction. And actually the thing is, when they first, like, you get to the first point and they ask how many are in your party, and they start putting people in smaller groups, and that puts you in a room, and that's just the first. At that point, when you get to that room where they start they ask how many are in your party, technically that is where the attraction actually begins.
Okay.
Even though you're actually not getting on something right away. What they're doing is they're sending you to the first, essentially, pre-show. Okay. And I don't want to give everything away.
Yeah.
Like I said, you can go find really high quality video on YouTube. If you really just you're like, I'm never going to make it, or it's going to be years before I do, and they make changes or something. Go ahead and watch it. If you really want to. But it's essentially where you go and get you find out what your mission is for the Resistance. And because this is in the day of Disney owning Lucas and Star Wars, we're going to see some very recognizable faces, both human and otherwise. A certain round orange and white cinnamon roll makes an appearance, and he's adorable in person. Ray, Finn, they all make appearances. But this first room is where you find out what your mission is for the Resistance. Then they take you to another location. You have to actually go outside. They take you to another location, which is supposed to be your transport to take you where you need to go to complete your mission. And this stuff happens. Stuff moves. You move. Even though you're standing the entire time. It's kind of like riding a subway car. Except it's a space transport. I don't know how this works, because the first time we wrote it, like, you walk in one set of doors, stuff happens, and eventually gets to the point where it's like, okay, it's time for us to get off and move to the next thing. You can tell everybody assumes that it's like, okay, well, we came in these doors, so we're going to go out these doors. No, you go out the same doors you came in, even though you are in a completely different location. It is witchcraft. I don't know how they do it. I don't want to know.
There's some jiggery pokery going on behind the scenes.
Absolutely. Yeah. It was like, because when we wrote it the second time, this time we knew what was going to happen, but it was funny to see people go walking towards the other set of doors, assuming the same thing we thought. That was like, we're going to go out those doors because we came in those. No, the same doors we came in are now opening for us to go out them. But you're back outside, and it's like, actually, you're not outside anymore. That's the thing. So when you first go in those doors, you come in from the outside. You are outside. And then when you go out those same doors again, you're inside. I don't know how it works. It's so cool. And the room that they take you into, I knew that room existed. I didn't remember exactly where it fell as far as like the experience is concerned. But I knew this room was a thing. But seeing it in video and then seeing it in person, like, I cried both times that we walked into this room, because it is just like, it is wild how immersive this thing is. And then they take you and they separate you even more. Like, if you're with somebody, you can stay together. They'll ask you how many are in your party, but you're now, instead of being in a gaggle of people, maybe a couple dozen people, now they're separating us into even smaller groups. And now we're under the watch of the Empire, or the whatever the hell they call themselves in the Disney trilogy. The First Order. There we go. So now we're under the eye of the First Order. And I could never be one of these cast members that is part of the First Order. I wouldn't be able to keep a straight face. Like, they definitely give them some leeway as far as the script is concerned, and how they want their First Order officer to be as far as their personality. And some of them, you can tell they're having fun with it. With like how intimidating they want to be, how scary they want to make this whole thing. That is quite fun. So then we get sent off to be, questioned. Of course, this is the First Order. You're not going to be questioned nicely. And again, stuff happens.
Yep. As one think it would in an interrogation with.
Yeah. Kylo Ren makes an appearance. And stuff happens. And you get sent to another room. And this is where you get on the final ride vehicle. Like, the final thing that you're actually going to ride on and finally sit down and get seat belted in. And then this takes you through this whole series of trying to escape from the First Order. And there's like practical effects, there's animatronics, there's screens, there are full-size AT-AT walkers, and oh my gosh! a room of them, and it's like, holy crap, like you're going forward, you're going backward, you're going up, you're going down. It is absolutely wild. You get that wonderful John Williams score, uh, of course. uh, it's just, oh my goodness, it's a whole thing. And then, like, finally, you escape. Yeah, you're safe. The location of the secret base has not been found out by the First Order, and we're all safe. And the rebellion lives on, and they like the ride vehicle, it goes outside. You're outside again, and that's when you get off.
Huh.
You go outside again, and then you're done. And it's like, you know, the first time we rode it, like, I got off that first transport and did the jiggery pokery strange inside outside thing in the room with the stuff, and I was like, I pretty much had tears in my eyes pretty much from that moment on, just because the whole thing was just so overwhelming about how immersive. I can see why this has such a long line every single day. This is the most technologically advanced attraction Disney has, at least in the US. From what I understand, there are some attractions like in Tokyo Disney Sea and Shanghai that kind of blow this out of the water.
Makes sense.
Yeah. But as far as US is concerned, this is the most technologically advanced thing Disney has in the parks. And I can see why it has such a long line every single day. The downside to that is because it is so technologically advanced, it also breaks quite often. And when it does,
it breaks spectacularly.
Yes. Well, I mean, I think it depends on what it is. There are some things that if they don't work the way they're intended, they have like a plan B setting, and because it still works. But it's just there's so many moving parts is a thing, and you've got people going from place to location, and like they're on their feet and they're inside, then they're outside, then they're inside, and they're in a thing that's moving but they're still standing, and then they're inside, then they're still inside, and there's all these animatronics, and like I said, there's practical effects, and you got the soundtrack and everything that's just going on. You got actual live cast members that are involved. So it's just, there's so many moving parts that, yes, if something breaks, they know how to fix it, whatever it is. But generally, from what I understand, and this was the case that we discovered, if it goes down, expect it to be at least 45 minutes, if not an hour, before it's back up.
Which makes sense.
And depending on where you
diagnose and get people there and whatnot.
Right. And they may need to evacuate depending on where the issue is. So, because we decided later in the evening, we wanted to ride it again. We wanted to go back to Batu to see what it looked like at dark.
Right.
And we were like, we're not really necessarily, we got some time to kill before the later parade. So it's like, we'll go back to Batu, see what it looks like at dark. Maybe we'll ride Rise again. In this case, the wait time, I think the posted wait time was 60 minutes. I think we waited 45. We got through the first pre-show where we got our orders. Well, I say we got through it. We got through 95% of it before it broke.
Ooh, wow.
But because technically we were already on the attraction, because we had been sent to the first pre-show and we were now part of the experience, when it broke, then they gave us complimentary lightning lane passes to use for when the ride was back up.
Oh, that's nice.
Right. So and it was really easy. They just scanned our park ticket, which we had on the app, and they were like, once the ride's back up, come scan it. You can go in the lightning lane line. it was like, sweet. And like I said, I knew when the ride goes down about how long it takes for it to come back up. So I'm like, okay, I know how much time we need to kill. So that's what we did. And so that's how I know the difference between waiting in the actual line and using the lightning lane. The lightning lane will take you immediately to the room where they ask how many people are in your party. It bypasses the entire queue.
Oh, wow.
So you miss everything, all the theming to help build up the hype. You just immediately get to where you technically are now on the attraction.
Okay.
So thankfully the second time around with the light, when we went through with our lightning lane, it did not break again.
Yay, that's
but
good.
yeah, it took about an hour for it to get back up. Like I kept watching the app and it was like currently down, no wait time. And the minute it said it had a wait time, I'm like, it's up, let's go.
Yep. Let's get a move on.
Yeah. And even the second time around, even when I knew what was going to happen, I still, like, my jaw was on the floor the entire time. I was just like, the entire time that we were in Galaxy's Edge, between Chauncey and I don't know how many times Chauncey and I said, holy crap. The entire time we were in Galaxy's Edge, it was just everything. Like, for Chauncey, he's just a lifelong Star Wars fan. So for him, this was like 10-year-old him was having an absolute blast.
This is his dream experience. Like, it would be
this is his
if
dream experience. Like, just looking at everything and with the sound effects and all the stuff and everything. And then
like,
both
pinch
of
me, this is actually happening.
Yeah. So I mean, for both of us, Rise just absolutely blew our freaking minds both times. I'm so glad that we got to ride it twice. I know a lot of people don't necessarily get to do that, especially in the same day.
Right.
So we got
very true.
Yeah, we got very lucky with that. But yeah, that's just like, whoo, Lordy. I don't. Yeah, like I said, if you really want to find someone who's got a really high quality video, but just know it does not do it justice. The scale and just how immersive it is does not even come close to somebody's best video of it. And then there's also it's the other attraction too, Smuggler's Run, where there is a full-scale replica of the Millennium Falcon, because that is the attraction, is the Hondo. Our good friend Hondo has somehow managed to convince Chewie to let him borrow the Falcon for Hondo's totally legitimate import and export businwhat
legitimate in quotation marks,
or I should say Hondo's what does he call it? Hondo's like transport services or something like that. It's like totally legitimate business. And of course Hondo needs people to fly the Falcon for him, because he has to stay behind and manage everything. This is Hondo we're talking about, so you can imagine how good of a manager he is. But again, we're outside. We haven't even gotten in the line yet, and Chauncey's like, and I don't want to spoil stuff for him, but he's like, just in the outside, seeing the Falcon life size and in that detail and be able to get that close, you're just like, again, jaw, floor. And then Chauncey says something about, I wonder if they did the inside too. Yeah. Meanwhile, I'm laughing because I'm like, yes, they did, because you have to go inside the Falcon to do the attraction, but I'm not gonna tell him that.
Child. Yes, they did.
Yeah. So we wait in line. We get to the point where we get sent inside. We're given a group that we're part of, a smaller group we're part of, and they send you to wait for your group to be called. Kind of like getting on an airplane, except you're inside the Millennium Falcon, and there's like the
chessboard.
it's not the chessboard, let the Wookiee win.
Mhm.
Like a whole, like controls. There's like a cubby, like a giant thing that like somebody could sit there and like sleep if they wanted to, or hang out and read, I guess, if they wanted to or something. So it's like you're in like that kind of lounge area inside the
Right.
Falcon
Yeah.
where like the
Mhm.
chessboard is. Yeah,
Before
and then
heading
you
into the cockpit. Yeah.
before you head into the cockpit, and then they call your group and they take you down the hallway, and it's very much like in the Force Awakens when Han and Chewie are like, Chewie, we're home, and we're like, ha ha
Mhm.
ha, we're home.
Yep.
And they
We're
take you and
home.
put you in the cockpit, and
Oh,
you're
nice.
yeah, and you're in they put you in groups of 6. 2 of you are pilots, 2 of you are engineers, and 2 of you are gunners.
So what were
And
you and Chauncey?
somehow Chauncey and I both ended up being pilots.
Yay! I was hoping the two
One
of you
of
would be
yeah,
pilots.
one person does the control that goes up down
Mm-hmm.
and also controls the hyperdrive.
Yeah.
And then the other pilot does the left right and can do like a booster.
Okay.
It's not the jump to hyperspeed, but it's just a little booster, just for a little oomph. And I had the left to right controls, and Chauncey had the up and down. And good lord, when like Hondo is giving you the instructions the entire time,
Uh-huh.
and he's like, yeah, I'm on the. If you're looking out of the cockpit, I'm on the left, Chauncey's on the right,
Okay.
and pilot 1, pilot 2, or whatever. And Honda's like, pilot 1, steer this way, pilot 2, gunners, shoot those TIE fighters or whatever. Um, and I'll tell you what, steering not easy. I don't know
I
how
can
Han does it.
imagine.
I don't know how Han does it, and now I would now after that experience, you know what? I don't begrudge Lando for accidentally knocking off the satellite dish. It's really easy to run into stuff.
It's a beast. It's not like driving a truck.
Yeah. Yeah. Do a little booster every now and then. The button lights up, so you know what you're doing.
Mm-hmm.
Or at least you know what to push when it starts blinking. Then we got to jump to hyperspace, and of course Chauncey got to do that, to do the lever
Mm-hmm.
that take, and he afterwards he's like, that was the coolest thing I've ever got to do in my life. It's like, I got to put the Millennium Falcon, I got to pull the lever to send the Millennium Falcon into hyperspace.
Punch it,
So,
Chauncey.
yeah, that's essentially what it was. That's He was having his punch it moment. Yeah, he,
Uh,
like I said, 10-year-old him, happy as a pig in slop.
uh,
Um, oh, but yeah, uh, so that was we only rode that once because it's a bit rough.
oh yeah,
Because
I can
you're
imagine.
shaking the entire time, and like you're
It's
trying
basically
to
like
like
you're on a sound stage with actual.
little bit. It's yeah. If you've ever ridden Star Tours, it's like that,
Yep.
except now instead of just sitting and watching and just getting jostled around a little, now you have to pay attention and like push buttons and stuff. And they score you, so you can't just like, sit back and just assume that like it's gonna like go on autopilot or something. Like everybody has to do their job
Oh
for
wow.
you to get a score, and then that determines how much of a cut of the share you get. Of course, Hondo is going to take the lion's share, of
Oh, but of
course.
course, yeah.
But yeah, we didn't bankrupt Hondo, so I guess that's a good thing. We got a few credits out of our efforts.
So you weren't taking the money and running to a certain classic rock song.
No, no Hondo watching. Not all. But now that I've done that, I don't want to pilot ever again. Nope. Make me a gunner. I can shoot stuff. So, um, but yeah, that was so cool. We ended up having lunch ish there, with because like the Rise and the Falcon are like opposite ends, and then
Okay.
there's this whole like shopping promenade that connects the two. The center is it's supposed to, It's obviously it's not real. They're not actually going to cook actual consumable food there, but it looks like a giant like open roasting pit, except they're
Okay.
using like the booster from like an X-wing or a TIE fighter or something. And they have these giant hunks of meat on spits that are just constantly turning, and there's this poor droid that is helping turn the spit just all day. Never, so every now and then he'll just be like turning, turning, turn.
Hmm.
But we got a rondo wrap, which is like sausage and a couple other meats in a pita with some vegetables and stuff. And some I forget what the other thing is called. It's essentially it's essentially fried cube potato and
Okay.
cheese
Hmm.
on a stick battered and then deep fried.
Yum.
So it's essentially it's deep fried cube potato held together with cheese and batter. It was actually pretty good. Not healthy at all whatsoever, but it looks like something you get at the state fair.
Hey, you're on vacation. Those calories don't count.
Exactly. I walked 28 miles over 4 days. I'm
Exactly.
fine.
You burned it off.
Yeah. So we also got a dessert, which was like it was kind of like it kind of reminded me of a mochi. If you've ever had a
Okay.
mochi,
Yep. I've had mochi
but
before.
not quite as not with
Not as
more
sticky.
pudding. Yeah, not as sticky, less jello like, more pudding like.
Okay.
With a little bit of cake in the middle of one of them, I think.
Okay.
The big one was chocolate and peanut butter. That was really good.
Yum.
There was one that was strawberry, and then there's another one was vanilla, and then the entire thing was sitting on a bed of like crumbled up like chocolate crumbles, and
Ooh,
there were like a couple
yummy.
of like cherries as
Mm-hmm.
well. So yeah, it was really good. And then I had this cold brew coffee, which it didn't have coffee in it. Technically, it was a coffee beverage, but it was cold brew coffee.
Mm-hmm.
It had foam,
Okay.
not quite foam. It was slightly thicker than foam, but it was cream cheese flavored.
Okay.
So it wasn't whipped cream, it wasn't foam, it was thicker than that. Like if you've been
Okay.
to Starbucks and they've got this new protein foam, it was almost that.
Okay. Kind of
But it was
that.
like, yeah,
Okay.
it was cream cheese and then Cocoa Puffs
Ooh,
on
that sounds
top.
like a cool.
So
That
essentially it
sounds like
was
a cool
breakfast
combination.
cereal. It was your breakfast, it was your morning cereal and coffee all in one cup.
That sounds good.
Yeah, it actually was. It was actually really good.
I'd try that in a heartbeat.
Yeah. I'm very like I swore up and down I was never ever going to drink coffee.
Mm-hmm.
Working this job and getting up at 5 a.m. every morning, that ended really quickly. Especially this year. That being said, it's not so much that I want coffee. I want a little coffee with my flavorings.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
All the other stuff that doesn't taste like coffee.
Yes. Yeah.
I want all of that with a little bit of coffee in it.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. I get you. I get you.
Yeah. It's like I get a vanilla latte. I want it to look like chocolate milk. It is that diluted with other stuff.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Just give me the caffeine with a little bit of coffee flavor and all the extra good flavoring.
Mm-hmm.
I
Yep,
got you.
exactly.
I feel you.
Yeah, but this I was like, "Whoo, okay." It just kind of sucks because you get like you drink all the drink, and unless you eat all the Cocoa Puffs first, you just end up with a cup with ice cubes and Cocoa Puffs. So at the bottom. So, so you might want to make sure you eat the Cocoa Puffs first, or at least
Before they
you
sink
reach
to the
end of
bottom
your
and get
liquid.
soggy.
That too. Otherwise you just end up with ice and Cocoa Puffs in your cup. But that was really good. Um so yeah, with like Galaxy's Edge, we I mean, we did pretty much, like, we didn't do any of the other, especially, I asked Chauncey when we got to that booking window, I was like, do you want to do either build your own lightsaber or build your own droid?
Right.
And he's like, no, not really. I was like, okay,
Okay.
that's fine. The build your own droid area, the shop, actually, you can walk into and watch other people build their droids, which is pretty
Oh,
cool.
that's cool. Yeah.
Build your own lightsaber, not so much. That's like a whole other thing that you like. There's a special room you go into where you pick the pieces of your lightsaber, and then you let the Force help you connect with the kyber crystal that's meant to be yours. It's a whole thing. That said, we did find the shop where there were some pre-made lightsabers, if you weren't too particular, mostly the ones that are styled after characters we know. But they, if you don't care so much about building your own lightsaber, then you have pre-made ones that you can purchase as well. Or you just buy a kyber crystal. They have like jewelry made with kyber crystals on it.
Oh,
So
cool.
there's just some really cool stuff. Just as far as like decor and atmosphere and everything. Like I told Chauncey at one point, I think it was after we rode Rise the first time, and then we're going to get our food, and we were waiting in line to order our Rondo wrap. That I was like, or it was after we got our food and we were standing there eating. I was like, I know, like I'm at Disneyland. And occasionally I will see some, like there's a lot of people wearing Star Wars related t-shirts, and there's some people wearing Jedi robes and stuff. That's allowed. But every now and then I would see somebody wearing something Disney related, like a t-shirt, not Star Wars. It'd have like Mickey Mouse on it, or I don't know, pick something, Peter Pan. And I was like, every now and then I'll see somebody walk by with a t-shirt or something, and I'll be like, oh yeah, there's like the whole other rest of this theme park that we should probably go at least wander around a little bit. Like I genuinely kind of forgot that there was the rest of the theme park. I was just so immersed into this experience. Like that's how good it is. So, granted, I'm a little out of practice as far as the Disney immersion. So the fact that it had been a while made a difference in how easily I got pulled into it. But I've never had that experience before where like I've completely forgotten that this is a theme park. Yeah. There's like other rides, like I just need to walk like 5 minutes that way and I could see like Alice in Wonderland and stuff, It's just so funny. Oh, which we did. We did eventually leave Galaxy's Edge and go, see other bits of the park. We did ride Pirates because that's my favorite. It's one of Chauncey's favorites. We did skip a few things that had long lines because we knew we were going to be back in that park later, a couple days later. And it was like, well, if we do like early morning again, then we can go and easily knock out these other things. So we were trying to do stuff we hadn't done before. We did the canoes, the Davy Crockett canoes, which they don't have in Florida anymore. I'm surprised this is a thing that still exists. I'm surprised that some Sue happy person hadn't like taken Disney to task that they are putting guests of all various ages and shapes and sizes in canoes, and only the little kids get life vests with all of, put us in a canoe with paddles and like a cast member on one end and a cast member on the other end, and just expect us to paddle our way around this loop in this in this river. It's like, I can't believe this is still a thing that legally they're still able to do. Like, it was cool. Unfortunately, nobody on they sent us 2x2, and so I was on one side, Chauncey was on the other, and so everybody, I was sitting on so that my right arm, was facing out. He was sitting so his left arm was facing out. And neither row of us, either the people on the right or the left, we could not get a rhythm going as far as paddling. Thankfully, enough people paddled, and the cast member paddled enough that we had momentum and eventually got around the loop. But still, like, we never got a rhythm going at all.
Oh boy.
So, but I'd never done neither of us had never done the canoes before, and it's like the Jungle Cruise with the bad jokes.
Oh boy.
Except you're the one making sure the boat gets all the way around, unlike the Jungle Cruise where they have a motor, and it's on a track. So there's no track. You're in a free floating canoe with a bunch of strangers and some paddles.
Wow.
And some bad jokes. But it was cool though to do.
Oh, I can imagine. Yeah.
Yeah. So, so yeah, we did that. We did pirates. We did, the treehouse. This was Family Robinson treehouse. We ended up getting late lunch, early dinner. We were able to get on the wait list for the riverboat terrace, something or other, right near the Rivers of America
Cool.
restaurant. The app said, if we got on the wait list, the app said 50 minutes. I put us on the wait list as we were in line for pirates, and I put us on the wait list right before we got on the boats in Pirates. We were literally getting off the boat after riding Pirates, and my phone dinged and said, "Hey, it's time for you to go sit." I'm like, that was not 50 minutes by any
We gotta run.
it was right near. That's the thing. We didn't have to go very far, but it's like I put us on the wait list as we were getting on Pirates. As we're getting off Pirates, we were no longer on the wait list. It was time for it. We could go sit if we wanted to, so we didn't have to wait any longer. Like, I couldn't time that again like that if I'd tried. I just assumed that we get off Pirates and we'd still have to kill some time. But no, we got right in and they sat us down. We had a seat right next to the window, right across from the treehouse. At one point, apparently Jack Sparrow showed up and was out there just cruising and chatting with people, which was interesting.
Very cool.
Apparently, I don't know if it's a post-pandemic thing or what, but like characters just kind of pop up, is wandering around with no handler now. Apparently that's a thing. So yeah, just Jack Sparrow, I should say Captain Jack Sparrow, was just walking around, just saying hello to people and taking pictures. But we had a nice meal. That's one of the few places where you can get an alcoholic beverage inside Disneyland. So I had a mule that had blackberries in it, which was quite yummy actually. And I had this really good salad that had pork, like fried pork butt essentially on it. And then Chauncey had this pasta with burnt ends, like barbecue burnt ends. It's supposed to be like fettuccine Alfredo, except the Alfredo sauce had like a barbecue seasoning to it, so because it had barbecue burnt ends. So
very cool.
Yeah. So at that point it was getting late afternoon, early evening. We did the Jungle Cruise. We want to do Indiana Jones, but the wait for that for too long. But we figure, we'll do it when we come back to the park. It'll be one of those we'll knock out earlier in the day, type things. We eventually made our way over to Fantasyland. We rode the teacups, which we hadn't done before. I like their version of the teacups because it's completely outside. Which I think is pretty fun. I told him, I was like, I will do it as long as you don't spin us like obnoxiously as fast as you can the entire time. which he didn't. I was like, I like my salad was really good. I really don't want to taste it again. And we rode It's a Small World, which funnily enough, we did not ride last time. Like, we kept ending up over by Small World, but we never actually rode It's a Small World, this version. And something very cool about well, depends on your opinion on it, how much of a Disney purist you are. But the queue for It's a Small World Disneyland is much longer. It's completely outside, so it's a lot bigger. Which is fun because right now for the 70th they're doing this projection show celebrating some of the highlights of Disneyland over the past 70 years. And it's all done in the art style of Mary Blair, who is the one who designed the look for It's a Small World. So it's a very distinct art style of hers. So that played a few times while we were in line. As we kept moving throughout the queue, we could see different parts of it. So it played like 2 times, but I didn't mind so much because it's like I got to see part of it standing here, and now I'm over here, so I get to see the other part of it. And then it started playing again as we were getting ready to get off. So it's like, and I get to see it from this perspective. But I don't remember when they did it, but at some point they started adding Disney characters to It's a Small World. So you have all the creepy children singing, of course, but there are also Disney characters peppered throughout the attraction, usually because It's a Small World, it's children around the world, so that each room is broken up by like continent or group of countries that are related, that sort of thing. So any characters that are put in are in the country that would be most appropriate for them. So Pinocchio's in like Italy, you've got like Finding Nemo and Lilo and Stitch and with like the Pacific Islands or in Australia and stuff like that. So it's not like there's like suddenly Disney characters everywhere. But some people are like, no, we're gonna be adding IP to It's a Small World. It's whatever. Like, I think it's cool. The way they've stylized some of them so that they fit the look. And like I said, it's not like they're everywhere. So, there's plenty of It's a Small World. But what's also cool right now is for the 70th, it was late last year, I believe, that Richard Sherman of the Sherman Brothers released the third verse that had been written for It's a Small World. Because for the longest time there was just the 2, and then of course the chorus that gets stuck in everybody's head and nobody wants to hear over and over again, a la Scar in The Lion King when Zazu starts singing it. Though I've never been one of those people that's like, oh, It's a Small World, I can't stand that song, it's stuck in your head. Like, I've never disliked it. But after actually getting to meet Richard Sherman and hear him talk and everything, I definitely can't hate it. Like, I met the man that helped write this and worked alongside Walt Disney. I'll never be able to hate this song. But I never did in the first place. Richard unfortunately has since passed, but for the 70th, they have added the third verse to the attraction. So they recorded it and added it to the song. So when you write it now, you get to hear Richard Sherman's third verse in the attraction, which some people, they probably have no idea. they just hear the It's a Small World, that part, and don't actually pay attention to the verses. So you may not even notice, but for those of us, diehards, they're like, oh, it's Richard's verse. It's like, he's gone now, but I met him once. I went on vacation with him because we were all on the same cruise together. Thank you, Lou. And then we were able to find a spot near the hub just as the parade second parade was getting started, and because they brought back Paint the Night for the 70th anniversary, which is my, at the moment, absolute favorite nighttime parade, Disney parade. So the music is just, it is so catchy. There's a little bit of Baroque Hoedown, which is the underlying tune for the Main Street Electrical Parade, which is a long-standing fan favorite. Keeps coming and going every so often. But Paint the Night also has some of my favorite floats in I've ever seen in a parade. Include my favorite is Mac, the semi truck from Cars, because they have a full size Mac, like lit up with lights just everywhere, and he's got this huge like LCD screen on the sides that changes color. It's just so cool. So Mac is like, oh, it's my favorite. So once Mac drove by, I'm like, okay, we're good. We can go back to the hotel. And then the next day was our full DCA day. So thankfully I was able to get Chauncey up a little earlier. Because DCA was not opened as late. So we needed to get there a little earlier because we did not have a late evening on our side, unfortunately. And thankfully security in line wasn't nearly as bad, it being a Sunday now. But yeah, we did DCA, got in, slightly less distracted by food and stuff, and immediately weaseled our way through the crowds to Avengers Campus, which, much like Galaxy's Edge, there are two different ways you can enter. There's kind of there's an end from like the kind of Hollywood backlot area where the theater is, or over by across from the fancy steak and wine restaurant and next to the entrance of Cars Land. So we came the way of like the Hollywood entrance, and that's the end where they rethemed the Hollywood Tower of Terror to Guardians of the Galaxy Mission Breakout. So, which we could see from our hotel, by the way. If we went outside our hotel room and stood on the balcony, you could see Guardians of the Galaxy and off in like the furthest away, but you could still definitely see it. And then Space Mountain was like right there. Really crazy how close you are, even not staying at one of the Disney hotels. How close you are. So of course we turn the corner and there's Mission Breakout. And as you get closer, the music changes from like the old school Hollywood 1920s type music to the Avengers theme song. And I'm like, ah! Like Chauncey had his moment at Galaxy's Edge. Now I'm having my moments. And I'm like, it's so beautiful. I was like,
Imagine.
never leaving this place. Ever, ever, ever. And Mission Breakout usually has a decent line. And it did have a line by the time we got there. So we just immediately jumped in line. It's like, we're gonna have to wait anyway. We might as well do it now. And again, the wait wasn't terrible. Obviously, if you're a Marvel fan and know the MCU and especially Guardians of the Galaxy, so many Easter eggs. Essentially, the idea for Avengers Campus is this is the way you could justify how all these characters are together at the same place at the same time, like especially considering some of them are dead. Is that This exact location is a rift in space and time. And in the case of the tower, the collector, Tamir, has decided to take advantage of it and place one of his museums right there. He's like, oh, well, that's a convenient location. I'm just going to plant one of my museums right here. And has this museum, his collection, open to the public. The thing is, at some point, he managed to capture the Guardians of the Galaxy and now has them on display. And he's invited the public to come see the Guardians of the Galaxy. First time, on display to the public. That sort of thing. And of course, the Guardians, they don't want to stay as part of the collector's collection. But thankfully, Rocket managed to get out of his cage and now has devised a wild plan to help the rest of the Guardians escape, and it involves us helping. So, which leads you to getting on one of the crazy elevators that drops up and down and all this crazy stuff. And there's Peter Quill's Walkman is involved, and so you could ride several times to get a different soundtrack. Potentially, and I'm not sure how many songs it's up to now. You have available, but you do get, it's a surprise every time what song you're going to get. You don't know until Rocket plugs it in and the music starts playing. So, it's fun with all the Easter eggs because you're walking through the part of Tavir's collection, and there's all sorts of stuff in these cases. Some of it you can't necessarily tell what it is. Not everything's got a label on it that you can read. Some of it does, like Cosmo the dog he's on display in there. There's some stuff from the Dark Elves. There's one of the Diviners.
Oh, wow.
From Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Among other things, some other Inhuman related stuff. I had to tell Chauncey about how Phil Coulson held one of those and Mac had to cut his hand off. There's some stuff from Asgard. There's a giant bronze statue of Tamir himself right outside the entrance looking all dapper. It's very cool looking for all the various MCU related Easter eggs and references to other things, other Disney related stuff. There's a reference in the study, and I can tell you where, so people are gonna have to look for it, but there is a reference to Excess, which is the fictional company in the old Alien Encounter attraction.
Oh, wow.
So the Alien Encounter existed for a hot minute in Tomorrowland, and then they realized it was too scary, so then they changed it to Stitch's Great Escape because that's less scary. It's more disgusting. I think I talked about that when we talked about Lilo and Stitch actually. But there's a nice little Easter egg to Excess Corp. But yeah, that attraction is just fun. I mean, we knew what to expect as far as like the actual ride mechanics because we'd ridden the Tower of Terror a bazillion times. Both, they have, it's still the Tower of Terror in Florida, and we've ridden that a bazillion times. So it's like we knew what to expect as far as mechanics. We were just there for the storytelling and seeing how they made it fit into the Guardians of the Galaxy and the MCU as a whole. Then we went and got a late-ish brunch from the Pym Test Kitchen, where you can either get food that is usually small, oversized, or food that is maybe slightly larger, shrunk. Because Cassie Lang at some point had the idea to use the Pym shrinking and growing technology to help solve world hunger and food waste.
Makes sense.
So this is an actual food place, and their big thing is pretzels, like your soft pretzel, like what you could get at like the mall or something.
Mm-hmm.
Except what we went when they were still serving breakfast, so they only offered the huge pretzel, which was like bigger than Chauncey's head.
Wow.
This thing is huge. Yeah. And then we got one of the breakfast dishes where the our egg got shrunk. It came with a tiny little egg and a tiny piece of toast and some tater tots that were seasoned really well. I don't know what they were seasoned with, but it tasted really good. And it's supposed to be a tiny little orange slice. Really, it's just one of the wedges from a cutie.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if you've ever had one of the cutie oranges, where they're like kid size anyway, but they're like, oh look, it's a shrunken slice of an orange. Like, yeah, okay. So yeah, we had a like actual breakfast with a toast and some eggs. We also got scrambled eggs too. They were scrambled, so they were, who knows what size they were before they were scrambled, assuming they were normal. And of course, Disney bacon. As much as I love bacon, Disney, you cannot do bacon. That is the one thing where Disney falls flat. Their bacon is really sad.
Not crispy.
It is mass produced, paper thin, like GFS.
Ooh.
Like, barely thawed out before they tried to fry it. It's sad. It's so sad. I picked it up and I'm like, oh yeah, I forgot how sad Disney's bacon is. I'm gonna eat it anyway.
That's bacon.
Yeah. And then he got regular coffee. I got the Asgardian
which is
coffee,
what? Okay.
Which was caramel apple.
Ooh.
And it included a couple of those caramel apple suckers inside.
Oh, nice.
The drink.
Cool.
I didn't keep the suckers, but it was kind of funny to as I drank down my drink and the foam and everything, and the coffee disappeared, there'd be a part of a stick, and then there'd be a part of another stick. But they were all like, the sticks were all soggy and everything by the time I finished it.
Right.
And I was like, I'm not gonna mess with it. But still, it was really good. And then of course I had to hit every shop that they had.
But of course.
On Avengers campus. And then we went and rode the only other attraction they have at the moment, which is the Web Slingers, which is a kind of a youth STEM program, part of Stark Industries, also part of Wakanda, like the Wakanda internship that Riri did. I guess that actually is a thing. So it's Peter Parker, Tom Holland. So, it's the Peter Parker we recognize,
right?
Working alongside these other students, including Harley.
Nice.
So nice to see Harley back. We never see his image, but Miles Morales does exist.
Cool.
In this.
Very cool.
We don't have a live action Miles yet, so there's no images of him. There is a really young girl who is like Hispanic, and I don't remember her name, but it was really cool because it's like, I love, of course I love like women in STEM even better, because this was it's very a very good variety of like male, female, different ethnicities, that sort of thing. Excuse me. But there's this young Hispanic girl that she looks like she's about 8. based on the pictures, because we just get pictures of most of these characters. The only person we see in like video or live is Tom Holland. So because as far as we know, none of these other people have actually been cast for anything else. But it was funny just to see, like, can see Tom Holland. Like there's a picture of him, and he's just like standing there, like thumbs up, and then there's another one showing him like doing the web slinging on the attraction, and I'm like, he is Peter Parker. This is why he's such a good. He was such a good casting for this, because he does Peter Parker so well, but he's also really good Spider-Man. So, but you could just be like, okay, they just brought Tom on set, to take like these pictures and do all this stuff for this attraction. Then he just like slid right into Peter Parker mode, like no problem. Like there's no difference between the films and this.
Nice.
So, but it's called Project Slinger. And Peter and this team have helped create these little mechanical robots that kind of look like spiders, and what they're supposed to do is just be kind of like an extra set of hands for somebody, so they can do like really quick, like rapid 3D printing, or like if you need like to get into like a tight space, because you know how real life spiders can just like, they seem to be able to get into anywhere. These are kind of like that, except of course this being Peter Parker, stuff goes wrong and he needs us to help him, because as much as his AI that he uses, courtesy of Tony Stark, is there to help him and offers to call, the Avengers or Happy or, Nick Fury or whoever
somebody
for
in
help.
charge.
Yeah, he's all like, no, I got it. It's all good. I can take care of it. Very much Peter Parker.
Insight check.
Yes. Yeah. Insight check, nat 1. Ego check, nat 20.
Yes.
I do. What is cool, and I don't know if this means that we're going to get her with this person that is in these pictures, but because for the life of me, like I said, I cannot remember the other. There's Harley, there's Peter, there's the young like Hispanic girl, there's a African American girl that reminds me very much of Riri, but it's not Riri. And then there's Doreen Green. And you have to know your kind of more fringe Marvel superheroes. And but there's some nice nods to it if you're like, that name sounds familiar, but who is she in the comic books? Because they have these signs in the queue, and it's like, hi, I'm Peter Parker, this is my kind of story, how I got involved in this project. Here's some of my favorite things, like my favorite things to work on. Like one person really likes AI, another person really likes engineering, that sort of thing. And Doreen is like, they keep with her origin. She was studying computer science at Empire State University, and now she's brought into this. She is doing advanced computational linguistics work integrating AI. And it says, the little about me, it says neural network designer, predictive logic AI developer, Squirrel Whisperer. Doreen Green is Squirrel Girl.
Interesting.
In the Marvel comics. So, and I mean, the girl that's in these images, she looks like Doreen in some of the comics. The hair is a little different. The hair is a bit more modern, which is probably good, but she's a redhead. The background information we get here is accurate to Doreen in the comics. I was like looking at that and I'm like, that's Squirrel Girl. It's like I just don't know, like if I say if at this point, when we get Squirrel Girl, like we got freaking Guardians of the Galaxy, we're gonna get Squirrel Girl. We have a talking tree, we're gonna get a girl who's can talk to squirrels. Although this Doreen does not have a tail attached, a vestigial tail, because in the comic books Doreen's tail is actually part of her. Just in case Johnny Storm wants to ask, yes, the tail is part of her. This Doreen does not seem to have a tail by any means, so maybe the tail will be a part of her outfit instead of actually part of her. I was like, Are we getting Squirrel Girl? Does this mean we're getting Squirrel Girl sooner than later? Is this going to be the person playing Squirrel Girl, or is she going to be Squirrel Girl in just one of the universes that maybe we'll visit, and people can still get their fan casting with Anna Kendrick as Squirrel Girl?
That could be TBD.
Mm-hmm. I thought it was funny. I was like, it's Squirrel Girl.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, you go on your crazy adventure helping Peter save the day without anybody who's an adult any the wiser. Which is pretty funny. There's some fun Easter eggs too, because the project is taking place in an old Stark Industries car factory from Howard's days of Stark Industries. So it's really cool. It looks like the same time period as like Agent Carter. The building. So it was really cool. And I had the best score in the ride vehicle. Please and thank you. I kicked everybody's butt. Or at least I kicked Chauncey's butt. That's really all that matters. So there is a tribute to Stan.
Oh, cool.
It's
good.
It's at the other end, closer to Cars Land.
Okay.
But there's a commemorative plaque status that they did put up for Stan. So that was really cool. Of course, I wanted to buy all the things.
Oh, yeah, I would be surprised.
I also wanted to take home every character that I saw. And again, at least the characters here, unlike some of the others, so they just kind of wander aimlessly. The Marvel characters do have a handler. You don't necessarily know who is going to show up. The only ones you can count on are the Dora Milaje, because they have an actual show where they come out and teach the little kids some basic fighting moves. Actually anybody can do it if they want to, but it tends to be just little kids that learn some basic.
Cool that the Dora Milaje is teaching them some moves.
It is. It's really cool. Yeah, it is really cool. And
what'd you do? The Dora Milaje taught me how to kick some butt.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, and it's really cool. You get the Dora Milaje that they have are really impressive. The accent is spot on. The attitude is spot on. I like that they've created them, they got the outfits. The one thing they've created these kind of hats, turban things for them, so that the cast members don't actually have to shave their heads.
Which makes
because all the Dora Milaje are bald. And have the tattoos and stuff on their heads instead. And I'm sure trying to do that makeup wise every day would just be tough to do. Yeah. It would just take a lot of time. So it's probably just easier. They have these turban things, which they totally work with the outfit. But other characters, you just kind of turn a corner and you're like, oh, there's Captain America, Steve Rogers meeting people. Oh, there's Natasha standing next to this Shield Avengers vehicle Jeep thing, meeting people. So again, this is remember, rift in space and time. This is how you justify having young Steve Rogers and an alive Natasha Romanoff in the same place at the same time.
Yes.
But yeah, I saw Captain America from the backside. I took a few pictures of America's ass.
I saw the post the messenger. I was like, nice.
Yep. Yeah. Why not?
Exactly.
Chauncey had wandered off to go to the bathroom, and I was just kind of waiting, and I turned the corner to where they've got essentially an annex of the Sanctum Sanctorum.
Okay.
From Doctor Strange. And there's just Shang-Chi hanging out. Well, he's got some guests there he was talking to, and the cast member had walked away for something momentarily, and one of the guests that was there was she saw me and she's handing me her phone. She's like, wait, can you take our picture for us? I'm like, sure. So but it also just so happened that Kamala Khan showed up at the same time.
Oh, wow.
So now I'm like taking pictures with these people with Shang-Chi and Kamala Khan.
Nice.
With nary a cast member in sight and like hardly any other guests. And so I'm taking their picture and I'm like, we need to shift a little here because like half of you in shadow, half of you are like totally just getting all the sun. So we shift a little and I take a few more pictures. And to thank me for taking the pictures for them, this gal hands me like this little fidget thing that she'd 3D printed. So
cool.
it's like a couple of Mickey, they're like shaped like Mickey ears, but they were green and they have like a little spider web, so they're kind of Halloween themed.
Oh, nice.
And she gave that as me as a little thank you for taking the picture. And she had some others, like she had some black ones as well that were like had a little bat on them. And then she also had like little like a little chameleon type
cool.
thing. I think kind of a nod to Pascal from Tangled, I think. And I guess she'd given one of those to Kamala Khan, and she'd given one of the fidget to Shang-Chi, and I guess Shang-Chi wasn't feeling it because he had gotten the same color as me and like this, like, kind of ooze green. And so she's like, well, maybe you want one of the black ones. I said, how you feel about bats? And he's like, eh. And she's like, no, I'm with you. And she gave him one of his own little chameleons.
Ah, cool.
And he was like, sweet, another magical creature. And yeah. And so the guests left, and it was me. It was just me, Shang-Chi, and Kamala Khan. Just the three of us. And Shang-Chi was all like, he's like, what's your favorite magical creature? And I'm like, well, I'm partial to corgis myself. I think they're pretty magical. And Kamala Khan, she's like, I can see that, they're royal, they're royal dogs. And I'm like, yeah, it's the back end. It's that fluffy butt that's, I think, is really magical to me. And they're like, yeah. And I was like, corgi butts float, right? And they're like, really? And Shang-Chi was like, so like if I like was in the middle of a lake and was drowning, I could use a corgi as a flotation device. I'm like, well, maybe. He's like,
ask nice first though.
Yeah, I was like, give enough treats, probably.
Yeah.
He's like, sweet. So like if I ever need to get out of a lake, I can do like corgi instead of a giant dragon. And that's how I ended up talking about the magical floating corgi butts with Shang-Chi and Kamal Khan. So so funny. Oh my. So yeah, and then the other thing we wanted to catch was the Spider-Man show where like up on the roof, if you're headed towards the direction where you can enter exit by Cars Land, there is like it looks like a little alleyway, and there's this whole wall that's graffitied, and it's all done by Miles Morales. He's tagged it, which is really cool. But there's a show every now and then where Spider-Man will come out and he'll climb up the wall, and he does like, so he's supposed to be doing some exercise training, keep limber, that sort of thing. He's got his AI that's, like, hey, I'm gonna do these essentially parkour. He was doing it, all I could hear was the sound from The Office, parkour in my head. And then the AI is all like, okay, how about trying, I forget what they call it, but essentially is he's supposed to be doing like this huge jump, like he's supposed to be swinging from the web and to a certain point to get momentum, and they're supposed to test being able to jump across a significant distance, I guess, or whatever. The cool thing is like up until right before the jump, it's a person. It's a person in a costume, doing all this stuff. When he's climbing up the walls, he's harnessed, to a thing. It's supposed to make it look like it's a web that he's using. But when they go to do the jump to do the distance test, it's a robot.
Oh wow.
Like it's a really advanced, almost like stunt, like test dummy that they actually can fling, but it's robotic so that it can maintain the body positioning. So it still looks like what Spider-Man's body would look like if he was real, essentially.
Wow.
It's really cool. It's
Yeah.
really impressive. And then, the person pops up and it's like, ta-da! Wasn't that impressive? The show's really short, but it is pretty cool for those that are in the know that, like, when he does the thing, that's not the person. Of course, little kids don't know any better. They're like, that's like the real, they all think it's Spider-Man.
Mhm.
What's really funny is, I think I posted this in the chat too. We just found a spot off to the side where a bunch of other people gathered because they knew the show was happening. And there's like a family with some little kids on to the left of us and a family with a couple little kids to the right of us. And each family had at least one little boy that were probably like, I don't know, 6-ish, probably 7. So when Spider-Man first appears and he's like, I'm your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man, the one little boy is like, I'm your biggest fan. And then this other little boy, who's completely different family, is like, me too.
Aww. At least they didn't fight over who was the biggest fan. At least it
No,
went,
I was like, in
I'm
my
right
head,
there
I'm
with
like,
you,
you know
buddy.
what?
I'm like, yay.
I'm
We'll
gonna let
take
you
that.
have that. Like, logically, that does not make sense. But you know what? I'm gonna let you have that.
Yep.
But it was just the cutest little thing. It's like, I'm your biggest fan. Me too. Oh. So then we decided to so let's see, we decided to put our feet up a little bit and went to the one of the lounges over on Pixar Pier. Oh, they do have a little bit of food. We weren't necessarily hungry. We just wanted, we kicked back and people watch for a little bit and have a couple cocktails, which we did. Then we walked around a little bit more, got pictures of some of the Halloween decor in Cars Land. And then went back to Avengers Campus and got some more pictures and inside the annex to the sanctum and everything. I got to meet Iron Man.
Nice.
Oh, it made me so happy. I love Iron Man. I got to my turn and I'm like, I'm your favorite. He's like, of course I am. I got to meet Iron Man. And then we'd walked into one of the shops, of course. Because my thing is, I was specifically part of the reason why I was going to the shops is one, to to buy one of everything. If they'd let me. They didn't. I should say the credit card company did not let me. I'm sure Disney would have loved for me to buy one of everything, but the credit card company not so much. They're like, ma'am, you have a limit for a reason. I'm like, they're just guidelines, really.
Yeah.
So we I was specifically looking for a new phone case.
Yep.
I needed a new phone case.
Yes.
I'd gotten a new phone.
Yes,
And I'd gotten a temporary case, a fairly inexpensive one that I liked, but it was, it was cheap. And it was starting to act like it was cheap. It was starting to, like, the design on it was literally starting to fall off. So I was like, well, I know, Disney's got their D-Tech line of like, accessories for like phones and stuff. So I was like, I'm gonna, Avengers Campus, hopefully I can find something Marvel related. Nothing.
You're
Absolutely
kidding.
nothing. Yeah.
Huh.
Nothing.
Does not compute. Does not make sense.
I know. I was like, well, whatever. It's like, I will keep looking, never know. Something may pop up in a random shop. It did eventually. This is exactly what happened. I now have a Marvel more expensive phone case, but it was not bought at Avengers Campus of all places. It was bought at Disneyland, in the Emporium. But that's okay. And But after my going through the shops and specifically looking for phone cases and not having a look, I was like, okay, well, we can go. Turn the corner. There's freaking Doctor Strange.
Oh boy.
I'm like, I get both of them in one day. Yay me! So awesome! So I got to meet Doctor Strange. The Doctor Strange wasn't that good, but it was okay. It worked. He wasn't very good at like riffing off the top of his head, I think. So but yeah, it's like I spent a lot of time at Avengers Campus. Of course we did do some of our other favorites over at DCA. Like I said, unfortunately time was not on our side because the park was closing early because they did. Okay, so when we booked this trip, we booked it specifically for these dates because there's an Oogie Boogie Bash on the 14th.
Okay, makes sense. Yeah.
And it wasn't sold out. I'm like, great. It's like that was the only one during my fall break that wasn't sold out. So I'm like, okay, so we'll make sure we go and we'll do the Oogie Boogie Bash on the 14th. And then we planned the rest of our itinerary around the fact that we were doing the Oogie Boogie Bash on the 14th. And at some point between when we booked and actually went, they added an Oogie Boogie Bash to the 12th.
Oh, you're kidding.
So I was like, well, if I'd known that was the case, I would have made Sunday our Knott's Berry Farm Day.
Right.
And not had the shortened time at DCA. I could have done DCA the day we ended up going to Knott's Berry Farm. But what are you going to do? So it stuck that in there on me. So I know, first world problems. But because time was not necessarily on our side and it was still the weekend and kind of busy, we didn't necessarily get to cover a lot of ground, but we did get to cover Avengers Campus, and that's all I really cared about.
Exactly.
To be perfectly honest with you. So I was like, I got to eat from the Pym Test kitchen. I met Iron Man and Doctor Strange, and I saw Spider-Man, and it's all good. Yeah. I'm a happy camper.
Yes.
So
now where did you actually track down your phone case?
I actually got it at Disneyland on our last day.
Okay.
So yeah. So the next because DCA closed so early that day, what we ended up doing is when the park was done, closed for the day, we went back to the hotel because the park closed at 6. Wow. Like that's early.
Yeah.
So we went back to the hotel, got comfy. I was like, I'm gonna take a shower. And what we ultimately ended up doing was chilling just in our hotel room, was able to take showers, get, clean from being outside all day, essentially. And then Chauncey walked up the street and got us pizza and a couple beers. And we just sat our happy asses on the bed in the hotel, ate pizza, drank beer, watched television, dumped our phones because we'd all been taking a bunch of pictures and video on our phones. So we were able to dump our phones and, kind of take it easy. And then we knew we didn't have to get up bright and early to go to Knott's because we're like, no, we're not in a hurry. But yeah, we were able to get like a decent night's sleep because we had been going pretty hard for 2 days and some change at that point. So we ended up going so the next day is when we went to Knott's, which thankfully Knott's is not terribly far away from the Disney property. So, and our Lyft driver, super nice guy, very knowledgeable, native of the area, goes to the theme parks like all the time with his kids and stuff. So very knowledgeable. But the thing with Knott's is part of their property, they've got the Knott's Berry Farm, which is the theme park. They've got their water park, which is closed for the season. It's a little cold.
Yeah.
As far as California is concerned, a little chilly for a water park. But then they also have a replica Independence Hall in Philly.
Oh, cool.
And actually they use part of that building for National Treasure.
Oh,
Because it was
cool.
easier to film there than try to go film at the actual Independence Hall in Philadelphia. So
Makes
it's a
sense.
replication of Independence Hall. They've got a replica of the Liberty Bell. They've got a copy of like the Constitution and the Declaration of Independence. And all that stuff. They got a whole bunch of information about the guys that signed it, help come up with the idea to separate from, to become our own independent country with our own government and everything, Ben Franklin, Thomas Jefferson, and all those people. And then they've got this cool room that's like a replica of I posted on TikTok the room where it happened. I had Hamilton in my head the entire time we were in this building. He was partially involved, so it was kind of appropriate. But what they do is there's a show that plays, and you sit there, and it's this room with all of these tables with candles and quills, because that's what they wrote with, quills in ink pots and stuff. And they play audio of essentially the conversation that happened where whoever it was initially suggested that we separate and become our own country and no longer be dependent on the crown. And then the vote by all the representatives of all the 13 colonies, and it had to be unanimous with no nays for the resolution to pass. And you hear the debate, like you hear from Franklin, you hear from like all of these guys, you hear from and what they do is when somebody's speaking, what they would do is the table where they were sitting, the quill and ink pot would glow so that you knew that's where that person was supposed to be sitting and that's who's speaking. And then you had whoever was the person, the moderator or whoever, for the whole thing. And it takes it through the whole discussion and the arguments and everything for why we shouldn't separate, why we should, what it means, what potential consequences and everything. And then ultimately the vote, every colony votes yay, except for New York, I think, which abstained from voting, so that didn't count against the vote. So it was still considered unanimous, and that's how we decided to form the Declaration of Independence. And we all know what happened after that. Revolutionary War and all that fun stuff. And the founding of our country. But that is like across the street and right over by the water park. So you do have to go, past the entrance to Knott's and across the street and through the tunnel and past the entrance to the water park, and it's right there. You can't miss it. I mean, it looks like somebody just picked up a building from the original 13 colonies and plopped it into Southern California, which is pretty wild. And that's free.
Oh,
like,
wow.
Anybody can go in there, and there's a gift shop, of course. But there's like all the stuff you can read, and there's paintings and art and all sorts of stuff you can look. There's a whole like audio thing that goes with the Liberty Bell, the history of that, and like I said, the little audio show with the the founding fathers essentially. So I guess if if you're a fan of American history and or Hamilton, there you go. You can pretend you're in the room where it happened. Kind of. Not sure exactly that's what they were singing about, but close enough. It was part of the process. So, but yeah, it's completely free. So it was rather cool. So, I mean, we weren't in there very long. It's not very big. but it was pretty cool. And then we went back across the street, went into Knott's. Neither of us had ever been to Knott's Berry Farm. We had no idea. Like, I had looked at like maps, and I'd seen some video of other people who had been there recently, so I had a vague idea of what it was like, but like, we didn't really have I had the app, but the map feature wasn't very good. So we just kind of wandered, and just did stuff when we stumbled across it. So like, we went and grabbed food. We were both very tired, so we went and grabbed coffee is what we did. More than anything. We did coffee. And a breakfast pastry. It was our first time ever having anything with boysenberry in it.
Ooh, what'd you think?
Because that's her thing. It's because it's a hybrid essentially of blackberries and raspberries and something else. Like, it very much reminded me of a blackberry, but not as tart.
Right.
It's a bit more floral. So it wasn't bad.
I like boysenberry. A long time ago, they used to make a boysenberry flavored yogurt, not berry, but a Yoplait, and it was so good. I miss it. Or even boysenberry syrup over pancakes. Ooh, yum.
Yeah. We may or may not have come home with several boysenberry flavored things.
Hey. Don't blame ya. I would be too.
So, but yeah, we ended up like, because Knott's is the oldest still running theme park in the United States.
Very cool.
Funnily enough, the guy that Mr. Knott, his name was Walt.
Oh, wow.
He and Walt Disney were friends, and actually Knott's Berry Farm was part of the inspiration for Disneyland, because this predates Disneyland, and Walt Disney had been to this park, and then Walt Knott had done the same, where he had been to Disneyland after it opened, because they were friends. Like, Walt and Walt were friends, and their wives were friends.
Very cool.
Yeah. So, but that being said, it is more of a classic theme park. So, like, thrill rides, roller coasters, like your more traditional, like, fair Coney Island type attractions, like your scramblers and things like that, are kind of their thing. I can't do roller coasters like that really anymore. Especially right now, because I'm having back issues. I just did not want to risk
Don't blame you.
Anything. It wasn't terribly busy, but their biggest, baddest roller coasters all had a decent wait. So I was like, like, why waste my time for something that's probably gonna injure me? So
right, exactly.
So we stuck to the calmer stuff. We talked with one of the blacksmiths for quite a while.
Cool.
About, he was making horseshoes. Because we had done our own blacksmithing when we went to Frankenmuth earlier in the year, so we got to talk about it. They're using slightly different equipment, but same idea. We ended up riding their log ride twice,
nice.
which was kind of fun. Didn't get that terribly wet, which was nice. We rode the mine ride, which is on a roller coaster track, but it's not fast like a roller coaster, because you're not strapped in anything, so it doesn't go that fast. But it takes you through a like what it was like to mine things, like, and how dangerous it was and that sort of thing, and like kind of things that were discovered as they excavated. And at one point they show us like this cavern where like stalactites and stalagmites, and they're all colorful, glowing and stuff. The biggest IP that they have is actually Snoopy and Friends.
Yep, makes sense.
So,
yep.
Yeah, they have their own characters, but as far as recognizable IP, it's Peanuts. That's what they have the license for. So there's an entire Camp Snoopy where all like the little kid friendly rides are. But they do have one ride very much like Toy Story Midway Mania, but you're going through the boysenberry pie factory trying to save the pies from weasels.
Oh boy.
Once again, I got the highest score.
Yay!
Thank you. So that was fun. And we caught part of one of the shows with Snoopy and his friends showing off their scary Halloween costumes, which we're talking about the Peanuts gang, so when we say scary, we mean not. So
and the I got a rock in my bag of candy.
Yes. Yeah. So mostly we were just we went more for like the history more than anything. Like there's a really cool like museum with a bunch of like California related stuff. There's like stuff in the Old West, like old like like old guns from the Old West and old like horse bits and stuff. And then there's also geological stuff. There's some train related stuff. A lot of it is, some of it's Mr. Knott's collection, and then some of it belonged to somebody else that he knew and like bequeathed to him to create this like museum inside the park. So that was pretty cool. So I mean, we're both like kind of theme park appreciators, I guess. So we really appreciated getting to know like the history and everything. It was cool to see some of they do have their own Halloween thing. It's called Not Scary Farm, and it is scary, which is why we did not do it.
Right.
So yeah, I've seen video of people that do this, and it is scary. Like it is not intended for like kids. But most of the decor is up because once on the nights where they do the scary farm, it's just ready to go.
Right.
So it was cool to see some of the decor and stuff. And then we ended up leaving and walking up the street to go get dinner at this restaurant that we saw when we were getting brought in by our Lyft. This place called Rockin' Brews.
Ooh, that sounds cool.
It's kind of like a hard rock cafe, except it's specifically themed to rock and roll.
Nice.
And they've got like posters and album art like all over the place. Everything from Queen and the Beatles to The Who to Aerosmith to Bon Jovi, AC/DC. Take your pick.
Right, yeah.
And they were probably represented somewhere. Of course they had Metallica stuff, so we're like, hey, look, Metallica. And I ended up, when I used the restroom, I ended up sitting on the toilet underneath Bruce Springsteen's butt. Because it was an image from
the Born in the USA album.
The Born in the USA, where it's his backside with the handkerchief or whatever shoved in his pants pocket.
Yep.
It was bar food. It was really good though.
Ooh, I can imagine.
Oh, really good. It was really funny though, because much like our dinner at downtown Disney, once again, baseball was on. But in this case, the Dodgers were playing. And you have not we don't have a professional baseball team in Indiana.
Nope.
So we have a minor league team, but we do not have a major league team. Ours is a farm team.
Right.
This is where the players start and then they go to the big leagues.
Right.
But you have not experienced the World Series until you are in a city where a team is currently playing.
Right, to get in, yes, exactly.
And there are some very diehard fans.
Oh, yeah.
Waiting or watching and being very vocal about everything that the Dodgers do.
Yep.
So, we were getting a kick out of it, but still, I was like, it took a little bit to be like, what the hell is going on? It's like, oh, we're in Dodger country.
Makes
Yep.
sense. Mm-hmm.
So
Boxes are checking. Things are clicking.
yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. The only thing is I don't think they were actually playing in Los Angeles.
No, I think that game would have been playing at our home turf at
Yeah.
American Field.
Yeah. So otherwise I can't imagine what I mean, we're not in downtown LA anyway, so we're an hour away from Los Angeles, but still,
Yep.
I imagine it probably would have been a lot busier if they'd been at home. But
Oh,
yeah, it was just, we were telling our waitress, like, yeah, we don't have a professional baseball team, so this is quite wild. Yeah. So football, I get.
Oh yeah, because you got a pro team.
We got a pro team. We got professional basketball. We got professional women's basketball. We don't have baseball. We don't have professional baseball, and we don't have professional soccer. We don't have MLS, and we don't have an NHL team.
Right.
So those are kind of lost on us. As far like, I mean, on a logical level, I understand the fervor when it comes to sports. Hello, just watch me watch Inter Milan.
Exactly.
I get it on a logical level, but it's just like I don't have a horse in this race, so it's like I'm just like, yay to the people that are happy. I'm glad that the Dodgers are winning, so that we're sitting next to people that are very happy and not pissed off.
Right, exactly.
So, but yeah, we got a lift, went back to the hotel. Again, got cleaned up. Started getting our shit together. Like we still had another whole day, but it was like by that point, our stuff had kind of exploded all over the hotel room.
Right.
I was like, and tomorrow's gonna be a long day. We might want to get ourselves a little situated here. And then bright and early. I say bright and early. The early part, yes. Bright, not so much, because it was pouring rain our last day. We woke up and it was pouring buckets. Oof. But Chauncey and I were both like, you know what? It's just water. We will dry. I would rather have a rainy day at Disney than have a nice day stuck at home. So we toughened we just girded our loins and went out into the rain, and we started out at Disneyland, where we knocked out a lot of the rides that we didn't get to the day we'd been there previously, like Indiana Jones, which was practically walk on. I don't know how we managed that. We did the Haunted Mansion, which at this time of year is the Haunted Mansion holiday like temporary layover, where it becomes a Nightmare Before Christmas. So it stays themed with Jack Skellington and Oogie Boogie and Sally and all that, and the plot changes to the Nightmare Before Christmas, essentially inside the Haunted Mansion.
Cool.
And it stays that way from Halloween through Christmas. So this is now the second time that Chauncey has been to Disneyland and has yet to see the Haunted Mansion the way it is seen the rest of the year. Because it's Nightmare Before Christmas at Halloween and at Christmas. So this is the only version he's seen in California so far.
Oh boy.
It's like one of these years we're going to have to come and where it's the regular Haunted Mansion.
Right.
But still, it's fun. We like the Nightmare Before Christmas. Plus it's indoors.
Yes.
At least for once we get indoors. I mean, we were outside a little bit waiting in line. And then we got the bright idea, hey, we're already wet. Let's ride the log flume ride. Let's ride Tiana's Bayou Adventure. In theory, the logic was sound.
Yep.
Because we were already wet. And we had ridden when it was Splash Mountain, because this was 2010 and we were in Florida. But we had ridden said ride attraction in the rain before, when it had been raining harder, actually, than it was raining this particular day. And this time, at least I was wearing clothing that should dry fairly quickly. I wore athletic wear the entire time. I was wearing like exercise leggings and tank tops and sports bras and that sort of thing.
breathable, lightweight.
Yeah, exactly. Stretchy pants.
Mhm.
Chauncey, not so much, but
Mhm.
he's a Boy Scout. He's handled worse.
Yeah.
So and the entire time we'd been there, Tiana's had like an hour wait, a 75-minute wait, a 90-minute wait. And at this point, it's raining. There's a 5-minute wait, and most of that was the walk from the entrance to the actual loading platform. I like as we passed every sign that said "You may get wet." And I'm like, I'm already wet. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's what the cast members kept saying too. It's like, well, you're already wet. I'm like, I know. So, again, in theory, the logic was sound.
Mhm.
However, that logic goes right out the window when you take a 6'5", built like a brick chicken house Sasquatch and put him in the front row.
Yep. Oh boy. Ooh.
I don't know if I need to explain physics to any of y'all.
Nope.
But if you've ever taken a decent sized rock and just dropped it into water, or I don't know, done a cannonball into a swimming pool.
Yeah.
Imagine taking the front of one of those logs and essentially doing that with every drop.
Yep. For sequels. Yep. Times acceleration times mass. Yep. Oh yeah.
So
you got drenched.
Absolutely soaked. And honestly, it wasn't the clothing, it was the socks and shoes.
Yep. Squish.
It was the socks and shoes were the absolute worst.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Sweetheart, I love you, but next time, separate logs. Separate logs.
Or not put him in the front.
You're right.
Distribution of weight.
Yes. You did the back.
Yeah. So yeah,
oh
that was something. So
that was
we tried. Oh, they're like, okay, well, that's a thing we've done now. So let's go over to Tomorrowland and knock out whatever we want over there. Meanwhile, it's still raining. And we're Chauncey's watching the radar like he is a professional weatherman. Doing his best to try to give us some semblance of when this might be over.
Right.
How much longer do we have to suffer? So we go over to Tomorrowland. We do Star Tours. That's the only thing we do in Tomorrowland. Granted, we did. I knew they had updated Star Tours with whenever we get new Star Wars stuff, they update Star Tours. And so, the very OG Star Tours, you went one location and that was it. And then they updated it ages ago, and you could now have random locations. And as the Star Wars universe is expanded, you now have even more locations and different characters who could potentially show up. I mean, C-3PO, he's your pilot. Well, he's supposed to be your pilot. He's like, I don't know how to, he's like George Jetson. How do you stop this crazy thing? And R2 is just, like, ha 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 ha, this R2 beepy way. Like, ha ha ha, we're gonna go on an adventure. And of course C-3PO is like,
doom, gloom, panic.
Yes, exactly. But as you go through your adventure and end up going, and the one plot that stays consistent is there's supposed to be a rebel spy among you on your cruiser. And of course the Empire is looking for the rebel spy, and they pick somebody at random in your shuttle and they show their face on the screen. But as you stop at each location, you get you stop at a couple different random locations, and you'll get somebody in Star Wars, a character from Star Wars. It's like, you must protect the rebel spy. They must not be captured by the Empire. And it's completely random. We end up going to the Wookiee planet first.
Ooh, cool.
But as far as our and then our first contact letting us know we need to protect the rebel spy is Mondo and Grogu.
Oh boy.
Which I totally forgot that they had been added. And it's like, oh my god, Mando is all like, Mando's Mando. He's like, the rebel, it's imperative to the rebellion, the spy, stay protected. This is the way. Grogu's got one of his little frog things that he's trying to eat, and Mando's like, "This is the way. Spit that out."
Right.
It's so funny. And then we end up with the space whales and Ahsoka,
Cool.
which was really cool. So I was happy about that. That we got Mando, Grogu, and Ahsoka. I was like, yeah, that's a good combination. And the space whales, that's always fun too. And then we were like, okay, Chauncey was like, I need to go. He's like, I'm gonna go back to the hotel room and like take a warm shower and change clothes. And I'm like, do what you need to do. It's like, I'm staying. Because I was, again, the clothing made a difference.
Yep.
So, but our poor shoes. Chauncey did not bring a change of shoes. He only wore the same pair of shoes the entire time. The man owns like one pair of tennis shoes, and he just wears them over and over and over. I was like, well, I did bring a change of tennis shoes. But it's like, I don't want to go back to the room. Like, I'm drying. Even with it still raining, it's like, I am drying because I am wearing athletic clothing. It's meant to dry quickly. But it's like, hey, if you do go, grab me a dry pair of socks and bring those back to me. And he's like, well, it's like, I'm not. He's like, I can take these back to the room. And while I'm taking a warm shower, it's like, my shoes are not, he's like, my shoes are not going to dry in any short amount of time. So he ends up buying our unattended purchase. While everybody else is buying ponchos, we both end up with a pair of commemorative Disneyland 70th anniversary Crocs.
Nice.
He gets the one pattern, I get the
Colin Baker would be proud of
with my outfit whatsoever. I'm already wearing obnoxiously loud comic book print leggings that say like Bam Pow,
right.
So like these are obnoxious.
Colin Baker would be proud of you though.
Yeah, I was like, we're gonna be going back to Avengers campus. I need to be repping the comic books here.
Exactly.
Yeah, and I'm wearing my shield shirt and my shield hat, which is absolutely soaked through. And so then I get these Crocs, which totally clash with my pants. But I was like, whatever. I was like, here, take my shoes, take my socks, turn the heat on in the room, stick them on the radiator or whatever the hell you want to call that thing. They'll be dry eventually. But before he leaves, we end up doing the I forget what it's called, the show with the Walt Disney animatronic. And they've got this amazing display of all sorts of Disneyland concept art and early maps that Walt drew, that some of the early Imagineers drew, and all sorts of things. Some of this stuff we'd seen before because we've been to both the Walt Disney Family Museum in San Francisco and also the Hometown Museum in Marceline, which is where Walt grew up. So some of that stuff looked familiar because they came from those museums as temporary loaners. Some of the stuff had never been seen by the public before. They'd been in the archives for 70 years at least. So that was pretty cool. They had some of the animatronics and some other stuff on display, which was really cool to be able to see that stuff more close up. And then there's this whole show that's narrated by Bob Iger, of course. Talking about Walt and his history and Disneyland and everything, and then the thing kind of culminates into this animatronic of Walt Disney, and they're using audio of Walt, so it's not the best condition, but they do their best to clean it up. They tell you it's like, the audio may not sound the best, but it is recordings of Walt. That's the thing. Right. And then they've developed this animatronic to go with the audio. And I mean, the animatronic's really cool. Like, he starts sitting on the ledge of his desk, and then with his arms crossed, and he's got one leg up and then one leg on the floor. Eventually he stands up and takes a couple steps forward. He's talking and gesturing. and stuff, and then eventually he goes back and sits back down on his desk in the same position. Like, it's really cool. Some people thought it was.
Nice.
Some people are getting a bit of an uncanny valley type thing from it. I mean, it's not best. I mean, looks wise, actually, I think it's pretty spot on. I think the movements of the face need to be fine tuned a little, maybe. I think is my thing, but that's I'm probably being very nitpicky. We were also sitting in like one of the rows closest to it, so so it's a lot easier to pick out all the little flaws and everything when it's that close. But otherwise, I thought it was really cool because there's never been a Walt animatronic before.
Right.
Like this is the first time the Walt's been represented like this. And we're getting another one at the Carousel of Progress in Florida. So
nice.
So maybe as this one, as they make the tweaks on this one, they'll be able to transfer that to the next one.
Yeah. Lessons learned.
Yeah. So, but then Chauncey's like, okay, that was awesome. I'm going. I'm like, have fun. It's like, I will probably be over at DCA by the time you get back. Because we had the park hopper. So the thing with the park hopper is even though you have to have reservations for each park each day, after a certain time, if you have a park hopper, you can park hop. So by this point, it was about 1, I think, by the time he left. I ended up sticking around because I was hungry. I was like, I'm going to get some food before I park hop. That night I was still looking for a damn phone case, and eventually I did find one. So I got a new phone case, and then I grabbed food, and I ended up eating having lunch on a trash can. Lou would have been proud. Inside, thankfully, I found this tucked away trash can near a window, so I could watch as stuff goes by, but I was out of the rain. And I could sit there and eat my food and take the new phone case out of its packaging and throw away the old one and put on the new one. Yeah. So that was nice. And then I made a few purchases, other purchases as well, because I could. And I was like, okay, I'm a park hop. So, and just as and the nice thing with this is they're so close, like you go through security once, and then you can, depending what park you need to go to, you can go to either one. There's like maybe like the length of maybe a football field separating the two entrances.
Wow.
So it's really easy to park hop. So that's what I ended up doing. By the time I got finished eating and everything, it was probably closer to 2. And so, of course, I leave Disneyland walking across the promenade over to DCA, get in line to go through the gate at DCA, and what finally appears but the sun and blue sky.
Yay!
I was like, well, that's great. Yay! Good for me. So I get in, and of course I immediately head to Avengers Campus. I'm like, woo! I'm here by myself. I am a single rider, baby. And it just so happens I got there right after Guardians. And I don't know if this is only something they do for the Halloween season or if this is all year long. I'm not entirely sure. But at least now for the spooky season, after a certain time of day, it changes from Guardians of the Galaxy Mission Breakout to Guardians of the Galaxy Monsters After Dark.
Ooh, cool.
And essentially is they change up some of the decor inside. So the cast members, some of their costumes change. Their uniforms change. Like the video and everything that plays is different. And the idea is this essentially is what happened right after our adventure in the daytime version. So imagine you were going on your tour of the Collector's Gallery, museum. Rocket ropes you into his little harebrained scheme to get the Guardians out of their, displays, their display cabinets that the Tamiris put them in. In the process, help rescue the Avengers, Guardians. I guess technically they're kind of Avengers now. After Endgame, Guardians / Avengers, and you help the Guardians get free, and then that's it. Yeah, the ride's over, you get off. The idea is now you're still there, and Rocket's like, why are you still here? We we got everybody out. Get the
Time
hell
to go
out of
home.
here. Because in the
Right.
process of getting the Guardians free, he's opened up the cage for everything else.
Doesn't surprise me.
And Groot has managed to wander off.
Lovely.
So now Rocket needs us to be a distraction so he can find Groot. So again, the ride functions exactly the same. You still get a cool a fun soundtrack. It's a song written specifically for this. It's a rock, it's a rock song, but it's written specifically for this. I don't know if that's a specific band that you would recognize or if it's just Disney music, whatever. And yeah, and the whole idea is that you're being bait for the monsters, especially the really, really, really big one, so the little Groot does not get eaten and Rocket can collect his friend. It is just, but somehow I managed to walk by when it was essentially a walk on.
Oh boy.
Again, I don't know how I could do that again if I tried. But it was essentially a walk on. So I'm like, I'm just gonna, I'm by myself. I'm a single. Okay, here we go. So that's what I did. So I wrote it. Then I had an idea of what it was like. And I won't give it away, but there is a Stan Lee cameo in this version. But I won't tell you where or when. You just gotta keep an eye out for him. Chauncey almost missed it because once Chauncey finally came back and came over to DCA, that's where we went to, so he could write it as well, and he was not paying attention. I was like, look. I was like, look this way, don't look that way, look this. Look. He's like looking at everything. Move. Yeah, he's like looking at everything else. I'm like, no, turn your head this way. And he turned it like just in time. I was like, oh, look at this. It's like, you would have a Stanley cameo. So yeah. And so yeah, that was later after he showed up. And so then I went to the one of the shops on Avengers campus and got the Avengers shirt that I'd seen all the way back when we were at downtown Disney and didn't buy. So I was like, I'm gonna buy it. I can change shirts. Because my one shirt, just the few spots had just refused to dry. Even with now the sun out. So but yeah, I changed shirts, which was nice. And then I did a little more wandering. I got an adult beverage from the PIM tasting bar. Taste testing bar. Which was yummy. It came in a it looks like a beaker with the PIM logo on it. It's like it's plastic, but still it was like I got to keep it. So I have a little PIM beaker, which is kind of cool. And so I rode the Incredicoaster because that has a single rider line. It was about that time that Chauncey finally showed up in a clean, dry set of clothes and his Crocs. His shoes were not going to be dry tie. He did bring me some socks though, because I knew after it got dark that my toes would get cold. So I rode the Incredicoaster, which is fun because it's an incredible scene. I will tell you what, there's an entire section that is Pixar themed. Like it's Pixar Pier, Pixar Place. Cool. Like there's Toy Story, there's Inside Out, there's The Incredibles, the Cars. Cars has its own land, but still, you've got, because we're along with Halloween, we've got Dias de los Muertos, so that we've got Encanto and Coco represented. They've got an ofrenda up for people who want to remember someone they've lost, loved one. I had to explain the idea of ofrendas and Dias de los Muertos and leaving gifts for those with the veil between the living and dead is thin, and you can give them gifts for them to take the afterlife and all that fun stuff. And like so many of the Pixar things are represented, but when it comes to merch, there's like nothing Incredibles.
Wow.
Like lots of Monsters Inc., Monsters University, Toy Story, Cars, nothing Incredibles. I was like, the Incredibles are like my favorite. I'm hoping because we're getting a third one, that maybe once we're close to the third one coming out, maybe they'll be like, oh yeah, this is a franchise people like. Otherwise, we will be making a third one.
We might need to switch things up a little bit.
Maybe. But at least we have the Incredicoaster where, Jack gets on the loose, which is funny. So then I teamed up with Chauncey, and he had by the time he got there, he was able to get him with his Oogie Boogie ticket. And I was able to redeem my Oogie Boogie ticket while I was already in the park so we could get our wristbands to prove, yes, we're supposed to be here. Now, the Oogie Boogie's happening. And we decided to go get in line for Soarin'. And the wait for that's a little long, and that is unlike Rise of the Resistance, where you kind of keep moving. Soarin', not so much. Yes, stay standing in one space for a while. Thankfully, I had a book.
Yep.
And I put my socks on, so my feet were fine. At least as far as temperature was concerned. Like, I was feeling it by that point. All the walking and everything, I was feeling it. So, but we did Soarin', and by then it was after 6, so Oogie Boogie had started. So we went and did the treat trails. So we went to the ones in the Hollywood area. There's 2 indoors. One is Oogie Boogie himself, which we never caught Oogie Boogie while he was in. Every time we thought about it, he was off apparently checking his pot of snake and spider stew or something. But we did see Dr. Doofenshmirtz at Doofenshmirtz Evil Incorporated.
Nice.
So the thing with Oogie Boogie Bash compared to Mickey's Not So Scary is Mickey's Not So Scary is exactly what it says on the tin. It is Mickey and his friends having fun, maybe acting a little spooky, but as spooky as Mickey Mouse can get. There's a little bit of love for the villains, but it's not, it's just a small part of it, because they're aware that there's a real spooky side, and there's some spooky Disney villains out there. You got Maleficent, you got Lady Tremaine, people like that. Oogie Boogie, on the other hand, the focus is on the villains.
Cool.
So if you like your Disney villains, Oogie Boogie is where it's at. So, and the cast of characters changes.
Okay.
Every year. Some stay no matter what. Like Oogie Boogie, obviously, it's named after him. He's going to be there. Maleficent is another one because she's, the queen of baddies. So I think Maleficent is almost always going to be there as well, or someone similar to her, like a classic Disney villain. The rest change, just depending on, I don't know what the logic is, whatever. But this year, and they try to put the villains where it kind of makes sense as far as whatever franchise they're from. So, you've got Dr. Doofenshmirtz and Oogie Boogie, they're inside, because it just works best for those characters. You've got Hades, hilarious. I don't think everybody just understands how, unless you get dry humor, I think Hades goes over a lot of people's heads because his humor is very dry. But still, it's Hades. I love Hades. Judge Doom from Who Framed Roger Rabbit.
Cool.
Had his own treat trail, and this guy like maybe looks wise, not spot on, not necessarily a dead ringer for Christopher Lloyd, but his voice and his mannerism, spot on. And this guy talked the entire time.
Wow.
Either talking about getting his hands on Roger Rabbit or things he wanted to change in Toontown or making fun of people in line. Like he talked the entire time we were going through and getting candy and stuff. And then we got food from one of the spots that was right nearby, and we sat down so we could see him and hear him talk. And this guy talked the entire time in character. Like, it was impressive. I was just like, so cool. And I was like, how many people are just over here just for the candy and have no idea who this character is? And just how scary he is as a character. Yeah. Even without the weasels. He did have dip, though.
Ooh.
There were several giant barrels of dip. So that was really, really cool. They had Ernesto de la Cruz.
Cool.
From Coco, which I mean, technically he is the villain, although the worst thing he did, he'd already done by the time we meet him in the movie. And the thing is, we didn't even know he did it. And then we find out, it's like, oh, that's like an awful thing that you did, but he's already done it.
Right.
So it's like, I mean, yeah, he still tries to do awful things to Miguel. But it's like, I don't know. We walked by and I'd hear him singing "Remember Me" in his version, and I'm like, nah, you know, shaking my fist, like, how dare you? And one of my favorites over on Avengers Campus, Agatha Harkness.
Cool.
She was fabulous. She immediately clocked on my leggings.
Nice.
She is like, what are those? Are those LuLaRoe? Are you part of some sort of pyramid scheme? Apparently Agatha Harkness knows what multi-level marketing is. And understands that they're a pyramid scheme. Then she saw my shirt with the giant A on it. And she's like, A for Agatha? I'm like, absolutely. They had Yokai from Big Hero 6, which we walked by him. He sounded like a very bored Kylo Ren. Like, he was just droning on and on and on with like no inflection in his voice. I'm like, dude, what is your problem? Like, I'm like, I know Big Hero 6 is a really good movie, but it's like this, like, I would fall asleep if I had to stand here and listen to this guy. They had Syndrome, and oh my god, the people in front of us, the people that just happened to be in front of us in line as we were going through the different treat stops and getting our candy before we got up to Syndrome. Because the way these treat trails work is you get in line, there's stations with cast members, they've got these giant things of candy or other types of snacks. And they just like there's the bag they give you, which gets full very quickly because they do not skimp at all on the candy. We probably came home with 5 pounds of candy. It was a lot of candy, which I've since taken to work and am giving to the kids. So better their teeth than mine. I have a dentist appointment coming up. But the characters are in their kind of vignette and talking to you and, interacting with the guests and like, you talk to them back, but it's not like a character meet and greet necessarily. Although occasionally sometimes they will, stop, take a picture. But the people in front that just happened to be in front of us in line for Syndrome, one of the guys was dressed as Incredidude.
Oh boy.
So when Syndrome saw him, I was like, I cannot wait. It's like, I don't know who these people are, but I cannot wait. I'm so glad I'm this close to be able to see this reaction when Syndrome sees that you are dressed as his former alter ego.
Mm-hmm.
And it was glorious. I have video of it, so I'll post it.
Cool.
But he was impressed and also a little disappointed that the guy had not bothered to upgrade to the better version. And then he's like, I'm just messing with you, and offered to shake the guy's hand and totally iced him.
Oh boy.
Like, no, psych! Handshake from Syndrome. Oh, burn! Oh, it was glorious. Oh, it was awesome. I'm so glad that we were right there for that. Oh. And we did see Maleficent as well. And then they have an area called the Villain's Grove, which is kind of hard to describe because like there's no characters, but it's just this like it was this opportunity for like the Imagineers to take this section that really would not be usable after dark because it's like it's supposed to be like a ropes course, not like super hard, but something easy enough for like little kids to like jump and climb and stuff. And it's not something you can really use after dark because it wouldn't be safe. So it's like, but we don't necessarily want to like have an entire section that's not being used if we can help it. How can we make this a place that people are still going to go to? And they figured out this way to create like these really spooky, like vignettes that all they are just lights and some projection and a lot of fog and some sound effects. And it like, you kind of have to stop and look and be like, okay, what villain does this represent? And it really lets your imagination like run away with it of like, okay, if this villain was here, how much trouble would I be in right now?
Right.
So it's like there's no candy, there's no characters, it's just you and the dark and what light it offers. And it's not like light, it's like mood lighting, so it's not illuminating anything necessarily. And they got all this fog going. It's really, really cool. Probably lost on the younger kids. They probably find it a little boring, especially because they're not getting candy or anything. But for the older, the people that probably get it and are or at least old enough better to understand it, it's like really just like really like I was getting, like I said, I was really feeling all the walking and everything. And like I said, I've been having back issues and some other stuff. So it was really starting to affect me. So actually, Chauncey, we went and found me a place to sit on the parade route. And then Chauncey actually went back to Villains Grove just to walk through it again slower and take more pictures because he was just so entranced by it, because it's just like, it just allowed the Imagineers to just use like some, compared to some other stuff, is really basic. Like there's no fancy decorations, there's no animatronics, it's just lights and sound and just letting your imagination just kind of run away with what it is that you think you're experiencing. It was really cool. And then we got the parade, which again, very villain heavy. Mickey and Minnie are Mickey and Minnie are in it at the very beginning, but after that it's essentially just villains. Although the Headless Horseman actually kicks everything off. Although I think that particular night, because it was the second, I don't know if it was that because that late in the season or because it was the second parade of the day, the Headless Horseman's horse was just not feeling it. You could just tell the horse was just kind of over it. Like, I'm done.
I'm done.
Bye.
I want my stable.
Yeah, it's like, can we go back? I want my hay. Give me a carrot. I'm done. But yeah, then the most of the parade is very villain heavy. You got Jack Skellington and Sally and Zero. You've got Maleficent. You've got Oogie Boogie as well. You know, you've got I don't remember all out. The one that stands out for me, and I'm so glad they put these two characters together on a float so that like they could interact with each other because like this is not a combination I probably would have thought of, but when I saw it and saw them together, I'm like, this is genius pairing. Cruella de Vil and Mother Gothel.
Oh, that makes sense. Yep.
Oh my god, they were hilarious.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god. So funny. So funny.
Probably better Cruella and her than Mother Gothel and Lady Tremaine.
Yeah. Yeah. So, but it was just like, yeah. But that was pretty awesome. I'm like, oh, I love it. I was like, I love those two together. That is just the best combination ever. Oh, and then we slowly made our way out. Chauncey was, checking out some more of because like the park just after dark is just really cool in general. And then with all the lighting and everything that they do specifically and the projections and stuff they specifically do for this, it's just really, really, really cool. Again, random characters out and about. We were near the area right outside of the Carthay Circle Theater facade, and it's kind of like the hub at Disneyland, but they had the Queen of Hearts from Alice in Wonderland, who was absolutely not having it with anybody who did not give her the respect that she deserved because she is a queen. Even from a distance, I could just tell that she was having a hell of a time, and loving every second of it. And then they had Prince Hans of the Southern Isles from Frozen. I didn't realize who it was at first, and I saw this little kid like standing there talking to this guy wearing this this royal looking outfit and everything, and I realized, oh my god, that's Prince Hans from Frozen. Don't listen to him, kid. He lies. He lies. Bad, bad advice there. Bad advice there. Don't listen to him. He's awful. He's a liar. Uh, and eventually we managed to make our way out of the park. They were still handing out candy on the way out, and it was just causing a traffic jam trying to get. But eventually we did get out and got back to our hotel with overloaded with candy, and got cleaned up again. Essentially just fell into bed and just slept until like an hour before we had to check out of the hotel. We did not make it to downtown Disney again. We were just too tired at that point. We checked out of the hotel. There was a Panera right there near our hotel. So like, you know what? We got some time before we need to call for a ride to the airport, because we couldn't even check our luggage until 4 hours before our flight. And our flight had already been pushed back like a half an hour before we even got up. So like we got some time to kill before we could even like go to the airport and check in our luggage and stuff. So I was like, we're gonna go to Panera. We'll get some food, a nice, decent meal, because we got a lot of travel ahead of us, and we're not likely to have access to proper food again for quite a while, especially because we were not going to be landing in Indy until the middle of the night. And our layover, once again, gonna be short, not necessarily time to get food. So yeah, we sat at Panera, and we each had a good sized meal, brunch essentially. Closer to lunch than brunch, but still. Coffee, glorious coffee. And then eventually we called for our lift. The drive to the airport was much shorter, or at least according to the app, it said it was gonna be shorter. It was also shorter because I fell asleep in the car. Yeah, that'll also do it. So when we got to the airport, got checked in, dropped off our luggage. We're like, bye luggage, see you in Indy. And then it was planes and automobiles, and we got home at 2:30 in the morning.
Ooh.
Yes. our layover in Phoenix was, I think I stood on the carpet in the Phoenix airport for about 10 minutes before boarding a plane.
Wow.
Hi, Phoenix. Bye, Phoenix.
Yeah.
So, anyway. So, yeah, that was our adventure at Disneyland and Knott's Berry Farm. And a lot of food. A lot of food. So much food. Glorious food. And now I'm back to eating the same old. My stomach is like, what the hell is going on here?
We downgraded.
Yes, we severely downgraded. Oh well. But so yeah, I have pictures. I will put. I'll make an album on our Facebook page. Post pictures. Obviously, if you're friends with me, then you've seen them on my personal Facebook. And Chauncey's posted some too on his Instagram / personal Facebook. But for those that aren't friends with either of us, I will post at least some of the pictures. I don't think you want all of them. We got stuck on the Little Mermaid ride for a moment, and I took like 5 bazillion pictures of the Ariel animatronic. I was like, oh, captive audience. So probably don't need those. So yeah. Anyway, it is way past my bedtime. So that's okay. My entire sleep schedule screwed up anyway. I'll live. Anyway, so if any of our listeners want to give their 2 cents, have you been to Oogie Boogie Bash or Mickey's Not So Scary, or maybe one of the out of the US Disney parks during the hot spooky season? Want to tell us what it's like? You can send us feedback. Email us at fivishfangirls@gmail.com or go to our website, which is thefivishfangirls.com, where you can connect with all of our various podcast related social media accounts. I can speak, I promise. Or our individual ones as well, along with information on how to financially support us, and the book club and all of the fun stuff is on the website. And I desperately need to go to bed. Coffee and I are going to become good friends in the morning. Unfortunately, I do not have any Cocoa Puffs, but I will make do. So, but yeah, appreciate all the support and everything, and hopefully everybody is having a good spooky season so far. And that is it for this week.
This is Holly from Wisconsin saying good evening.
And this is Rachel in Indianapolis, Indiana. If you want a little hint of next week's spooky episode, I'm so sorry. I'm not going to tell you. You're just going to have to wait in anticipation. Thank you, our Fiveish fam, for joining us on this week's geeky journey. If you enjoyed the show, don't forget to subscribe, rate, and review. Stay connected with us on our website, thefivishfangirls.com, and follow us on most social media with @FivishFangirls. Plus, check out our nonprofit, Fangirls Give Back, to see how we're making a positive impact in our community. Until next time, stay nerdy and let the squee continue.